And we're live! Yay! I'm so excited. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the interactive D&D X Adventurers Tarot Homebrew 5th Edition game. We're happy to have y'all back here for Heavensfire. And what an interesting and a lot of revelations in the last episode. So welcome back, everybody. We're going to go around and reintroduce our wonderful cast before we get into any other announcements. So I'm Essie, she, her, your storyteller for this evening. I will also be facilitating any and all tarot card pulls that come through our patrons or through our raids or channel points. So we're happy to have y'all here. And let's reintroduce some people. So, Renee, you've got something a little different going on tonight. So why don't you reintroduce Le Demoness to the people and tell us a little bit about what you got going on and who you're going to be playing.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Renee, or as people know me on my channel, Your Demoness. I am a PNG tuber, and my pronouns are she, her, and tonight I'll be playing Harmony Knives, who is a soldier working under the Aefyntir. She's mysterious, she's really hot, and she's really cool, so I hope you like her. Yeah.
All of those things. Awesome. Thank you, Renee. And Rory over at the RGB Vision. Hello, what you got going on? And who are you and who are you going to be playing tonight? I did the last one first. Introductions first, sorry.
Okay. I'm Rory. My pronouns are they, he. I'm playing Key, our lovely warlock, pronouns they, them. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Rory. And Avalon Willowbloom, #VO. Hello. Who are you and who are you going to be playing tonight?
Hello, I'm Avalon, of course. She, her, or they, them. And I play Willow, the armor artificer. She also uses she, her. Sorry, what was the rest of the question? It's been a long...
Whatever you want. We're going to do like more in-depth...
It's been a long month this week.
Yeah. Mood. We're going to do more in-depth like deep dives after, so...
Okay. Well, yeah, it's
cool.
me then.
All right.
Yeah.
It's EU. Okay. Nikki, the Coyote Witch. Hello. Who are you? Who are you playing tonight?
Hello. I am Nikki, the Coyote Witch. She, her. I am playing our very precious, wholesome mama bugbear, Mabel Goodberry. She is just here to help and hydrate and make sure everyone is healthy.
Awesome. And still waiting on a official link tree from Garnet. As soon as you get that, let me know. I'll throw it into the Nightbot to get you your own personalized command, whatever you want in there. So that being said, go nuts. Say what you can even do a little promo for yourself. Let everyone know what you got going on. Who are you? And who are you going to be playing tonight?
Hey everybody, my name is Garnet, and I will be playing, my pronouns are she, they, and then I am playing Amina, who is an Eladrin bard. Currently in her spring form, her pronouns are also she, they, and yeah, that's what I've got going on right now.
Awesome. Thank you, Garnet. And who would like a DM inspiration or a luck point to recap what happened on our episode 1 Rekindled / Redux of moving past the prologue and entering still before the opening credits, right? But we're getting there. It's sort of we're officially in the pre-credits, the last scene before the credits, the pre-credits start to roll. So
Give it a shot.
All right. Take it away.
All right, so we headed off to go find the beacon that we were charged with turning off. On the way, we ran into a Fey Realm arch where we kind of had to figure out, you know, there was a lot of maybe don't touch stuff, maybe do touch stuff, who knows?
I regret
The Fae that
nothing.
were around were funny, but also annoyed with our presence because we didn't fall for, we did touch stuff, but we didn't touch stuff in the way that they wanted us to in order for us to owe them. Afterwards, we went through Tight Squeeze Cavern, where some interesting items were found. After we got through the cavern, that's when things got very interesting. We found the beacon, turned the beacon on, and that's where we met Ezekiel. Designation. Oh, I wrote it down. Ready to go. Is it 0013 Alpha? Ezekiel was not as helpful as we would have liked, and we spent a lot of time arguing with Ezekiel. We got a lot of good information out of them, though. That was great. And once we finally made a decision, Darius showed up and kind of freaked out about the entire situation that was happening with the gods and the, for lack of a better term, spaceship that was about to crash land into the river. And that is kind of where we left off.
Awesome.
Oh, there was a battle with a giant bug, in which Amina accidentally destroyed it, just blew it all the way up. That was not exactly what her intention was, but that's what happened.
After Willow finishes dismantling the beacon, she probably will go back and scavenge for parts among the wreckage of the giant metal bug. But that's a future problem. I can't believe you left out the part about Mabel getting a vision from her god.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
that happened right at the
She
end.
just,
Right at
she
the
just
end.
got zorped away from
Yeah.
us, and her god was just like, "Do the thing."
That was honestly the most like straightforward vision, like a flash of a nondescript angelic figure that just my child that I've ever done. It was very on the nose, right? But very also traditional, like a nondescript phase, kind of like very blurry golden figure with angelic shimmering wings.
She is beautiful. Beautiful.
I did send her photo of that we got from the free art packs that are now available courtesy of Roll20Con on the Dungeon Masters Guild. So if you're looking for assets, go get some. Go claim those. So go ahead and Garnet, give yourself a DM Inspiration. Do you already have DM Inspiration?
No, I do not.
Okay,
So this will be
DM
my
Inspiration.
first.
Okay, awesome, perfect.
Thank you.
Of course. And we pick up in the caves, the caverns of wherever this strange ancient technology has been located in the Phoenix Mountains to the east on the Isle of Halivas, southeast of the Isle of Redantis, which in turn is southeast itself of the mainland, the main continent of the Vascatoria, of the Crown, and its 300-year reigning monarch, Queen Valeria. The realm of Valtheria and the Queen's realm of the Vascatoria extending through most of the continent itself, the edges of which are in both the Southern Isles, as that is contested territory, and Halivas, which is the last official bastion of power for the Crown. So, here we are. Who would like to begin?
Did Mabel tell people? I'm sure Mabel had. I can't remember exactly where we ended. Did Mabel tell everybody what just happened? Or did she just shout, "Turn on the beacon"?
I think she just shouted, "Turn on the beacon."
Yeah, I think she like came to and was like, "Turn on the beacon!"
I don't remember the resolution of that. I mainly remember Willow going to like dismantle the thing with the help of Darius's floating disc, right? And Amina also threw out an unseen servant to aid in the destruction of a priceless historical artifact. Well, destruction, but yeah, no. I don't. Did we get to resolve the vision at all?
I don't. It happened right at the end. So
I don't think there was
yeah.
any like conversation about the vision afterwards.
It wasn't
I think
a
it was just
conversation.
the vision, and then it was like, and that's where we'll stop.
Yeah. I remember shouting out, "Turn on the beacon," or "Do it, turn on something like that."
Yeah, but we don't have any like context.
Okay. Cool. Mabel's just standing there awkwardly. Then, like, do it, turn on the beacon.
I imagine Ezekiel heard her say that. I mean, if the rest of us heard.
Yeah.
So did he just do it then?
Okay, so someone actually has to like be in front of it to interface with it because it's kind of like just kind of flickering in and out right now. So you're like shouting, okay. Right? So,
Asindra, I just saw Asindra. She spoke to me. She said they need help. They need help, and that we need to send out the beacon because it's the only way to stop them. And then she like catches herself, and like her eyes dart to Darius, and then look back at everybody else, and it's just like, we have to turn on the beacon now.
Well, let's not be too hasty here. We don't know what exactly this is going to do, or what's going to happen if we summon whatever this is here. I would very much like to take our time and check in and see what Nicaea is actually doing up there, and we're going to have to race over there to secure the site. Who is... I'm sorry, I'm kind of panicking right now. There's a lot of things going on, and we have a very strict schedule to keep to.
Mabel starts slowly making her way over to the Ezekiel.
Yeah, Willow's already right there too, because she was going to start working on the thing. Willow looks between Darius and Mabel and Harmony and sort of back across. Deep sigh. Ezekiel?
Yes?
Turn on the beacon, please.
It just kind
Where
of
the
immediately
fuck is her voice? Hold on.
Flashes red. And
yeah, Mabel is like looking at Darius and Harmony, and like just her eyes are moving everywhere because she is just very overwhelmed by everything that just happened.
Harmony looks very confused. But also, given Darius being like, well, let's not be hasty, she's sticking to her superior.
Darius reaches out to just grab Mabel by the arm, and then in doing so, Willow activating the beacon officially via command. Alessia just lets out a deep sigh and turns back to Darius and holds up a hand and shakes her head no, as if to say, don't. And Mabel, Darius just kind of does a triple take. Go ahead.
Oh, Mabel will not let him touch her arm. If he touches her arm, she will, again,
yeah, you just knock it away.
Take a step. Well, she doesn't knock it away. She just raises herself up to her full height and takes a step away from him.
I love that she like deliberately diminishes herself just to seem more friendly, and then like when someone does something stupid, she's like, she like pulls out the mom voice. It's very good. I love it.
She doesn't stand up straight on like thinking about it. She just does it because she doesn't. I don't think she realizes most of the time that she's hunching.
Right.
In this very tense.
It's the how to talk to short people meme.
She's just used to talking to people shorter than her.
Yeah. In this very tense moment, with Darius kind of, you can see his clenched fist just kind of shaking as if, how dare anyone defy anything that I say. And Alessia kind of holding up a hand, shaking her head, no, that there's definitely more happening here, more nonverbal communication than meets the eye. Not by magical means, but just in general. Alessia speaks as Ezekiel turns a pale shade of red. Alessia looks at Darius and says, if whatever this is to happen, it was going to happen regardless. What Nicaea has begun, we should be prepared for the consequences. We discussed this many times.
What is Nicaea?
Sorry?
What is Nicaea?
Did you ask that in character?
Yeah. What is Nicaea?
Alessia just... Not what, but who. Make a history check. I think we went.
They
Yeah.
explained who she was last time because we were
First
at-
roll of the night was a nat 20.
Okay, yeah. So
Give me a second.
okay.
Nat 20 for a total of 26.
Okay, Nicaea Voss is the master of arms, technology, and artifice in the Voskratoria. She is a member of the Aeroth Tikal, the Dragon Keepers, and she was apparently accessed something called a lunar gate, and was able to transpose herself via some kind of teleportation magic. Just from what you're getting with the nat 20, sounds like a teleportation circle. Pretty standard stuff, nothing earth-shattering so far. It would make sense if there is some sort of teleportation gate, but what is really kind of blowing your mind is lunar obviously means moon, so if there's some sort of a teleportation device that accesses the deities of the moon themselves, as some people view the moons as deities, maybe not artificers, but to be able to access a distant star, as you might think of it, would be kind of mind-blowing. But whatever is happening, Nicaea Voss, for this individual of artifice and of skill and ingenuity, the moon is haunted, yeah, it would seem like they would be the best person for that job, or the most likely candidate to do that. Nicaea also reports, this is again more for your nat 20, Nicaea also reports directly, in Harmony you would know this too, to Ardendiel, who is also known as the Butcher of Baraktal. He retired so that Darius could take over from the Voskratoria, take over from the Dragon Keepers and the Aeroth Tikal. Darius has only been in his position for about 9 years. Ardendiel was in the former position of High Ardragon for several centuries, at least about 2 centuries or so. Finally, he stepped away after the conclusion of Odror's rebellion, which was ended largely by him releasing a chemical weapon known as Dragon's Blight underneath the city of Baraktal in the northeast, past the Moriwood. So there's a lot to take into account. She's just they is known also as just the Armorer, is another word for who she is, what she does. And she's known to be one of the best fighters or the best artificers in the Aeroth Tikal, if not one of the most dangerous people. And the fact that they are a protege of Ardendiel, almost like Ardendiel took them under his wing, it's given you a heckin' pause for concern, given that they were able to access this lunar gate, somehow get on board the Ark, which is known as the ship that transport the star, the magical entity or essence that delivers the gods from star to star as they spread new life throughout the cosmos. Kind of the general idea in layman's terms that y'all would be able to kind of like wrap your head around. And it's kind of
right.
Proof again for a lot of you, keeping it a little vague, and I think it's important to try and put it in context of your characters. Like, first impression would probably be like, oh, the gods are real, and there's a lot more that they interact with through like the magic of artifice than we know. So Alessia continues, and she says, and if whatever this is that is to come, that is of consequence for us activating or playing with this technology that we know very little about, if Nicaea is causing problems that anger the gods, as we're calling them, well, then perhaps this could be of our benefit. We still need to interface, Darius, on our own. And whatever this is, I believe it was going to play out. Calm yourself. We have bigger things to worry about. And Darius just kind of does that kind of aggressive fixing of his attire and just takes a deep breath and lets out an exhale. Sorry, I wanted to get through that interaction. Go ahead, everybody.
No, you're good. I get you.
Yep.
Hell, I was trying to thought. Right. So Willow just kind of looks around at everyone awkwardly. He said before we have like at least a month, right? Or so?
Ezekiel.
Before the
Yeah. Ezekiel just kind of flashes again, kind of cutting in and out, and returns to commentary and just says, "Emergency distress signal activated. Please note, there are approximately," and he just begins to flicker again, "no less than 7 mortal individuals on this planet actively seeking divinity. Through the use of forbidden technology, forbidden artifice, and the maluse of divinous crystals. This is forbidden against the Prime Directive. Please take care to ensure that these 7 individuals are eliminated prior to the arrival of Fleet Commander O'Dearin. Otherwise, emergency protocols will have to be sent to Matron Lilith."
I'm sorry. Are you saying that we need to kill people that are trying to become gods?
And it just kind of seeking to obtain divinity, the voice kind of struggles a little bit, is strictly against the Prime Directive.
No pressure. Again,
What
she looks back
happens-
towards the party. Sorry, go ahead.
What happens if we're not able to kill them?
Processing, and it just kind of flickers in and out again. Eventually he says, "Access to divinity is approximately 3,000 years preemptive. The schedule and the timetable of the Prime Directive must be adhered to, otherwise disaster may follow."
Aaron, out of character. So he's saying that no one's allowed to attain divinity on this planet for another 3,000 years?
Correct.
Okay.
He says the process of obtaining divinity is strictly restricted to a very mathematic timetable equation. Your planet
Right.
and your people are not yet prepared for such power. Also, such activity must be sanctioned by a fleet commander.
Who was the fleet commander again? I forgot. Who.
Fleet Commander
Sorry.
O'Dearin, who has now been
Okay.
summoned. If Fleet Commander O'Dearin deems these individuals unworthy, an emergency directive may be sent to Matron Lilith.
I have a different sort of question for you. Do you have access, or can I have access to the schematics for the structure that houses you?
That information is restricted.
And how do I get access?
Only a Starfinder Commander, designation Starfinder Commander Isindra, may access the schematics.
Fantastic. I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way then.
Movement of this unit is forbidden.
I'm sure it is. Can I ritual cast Identify on this, like, I don't know what to call it, kiosk? Dais? The thing
Dais.
that is
This
making,
dais, yeah.
that is making Ezekiel.
It's a dais,
Can
it's a dais. It's a dais, it's a dais.
Can I take the 10 minutes or whatever to ritual cast Identify and just sort of try to study this thing?
Sure, I would say also make an Arcana check for me. To see
Okay,
if
I'll do that in
you're
a sec.
able to do it.
So yeah, Willow takes for a second, has her the prosthetic arm, she has it like palm facing up, and she sort of unscrews this like rounded like cap on the palm where the blue gem is, and underneath is a lens with a white pearl in the center of it, and she just holds it over the base of the thing, and this white sort of almost cloudy looking light is shining out of it, and she just sort of like scans it over the surface of the whole thing, and it's like illuminating little bits of the thing as she goes along, and she's just like very methodically, very slowly and carefully studying like every inch of it with the spell.
Okay,
No,
well, this
no
is like your
Arcana check
thing,
for
so
it.
make an Arcana check at advantage. I'm going to pause you there, so pause and hold that thought. Harmony, what are you doing in the midst of all this?
Harmony is just watching. She's kind of not entirely sure what to do, because first we weren't going to activate the beacon. Now we've activated the beacon. So, essentially, what comes next? I think she's just trying to grapple with all the information that she's been given at this moment.
Yeah, again, I think you specifically, Harmony, would catch up on Alessia, and Alessia seems to be the voice of reason to Darius here. And whatever is happening, based on everything, Alessia also was listening to every word very intently. And she seems to concur with the thinking that activating this emergency signal might be something that is either inevitable or should be done by the Vascatoria before at least in Valtheria, before the Empire has a chance to do the same. She seems to be okay with this based on a lot of unsaid and unspoken information. So that's definitely something that you're picking up on as well. But I think in the midst of all this, Darius does kind of look over at you, Harmony, and just... Here's what's going to happen.
Yes?
Leave this for now. We'll come back with the disc. Alessia, we must continue as planned. And Alessia just kind of looks at the disc and it kind of folds up. Like you can see the metal that's kind of floating into like one singular piece of metal. She takes it out of the air. Ezekiel speaks up one more time. Update. One of the individuals that is restricted, that is currently on board the Ark, seems to have found a way to access or interface a limited amount of information. That being said, this interloper seems to have reverse engineered the initial distress that caused the Ark to plummet at an unacceptable, unsustainable rate. Timetable to landing, now uncertain. Estimated time up to several hours from this point. This has been noted in official logs. Thank you for your cooperation.
This is plight. So this interloper has modified the Ark?
Warning. My system records indicate that the interloper who has interfered with the Ark and thus reverse engineered it to slow its descent. Despite this offering, this individual still stands charged with attempting to obtain unsanctioned divinity. Please be aware and use caution.
Ezekiel,
Yes.
do you have a list of names of these individuals that are trying to reach immortality?
I do
Or
not.
where they are?
The only thing I'm able to determine is that the individual or the interloper that is currently aboard the Ark that initially caused the widespread system failures, that has now reverse engineered said failures to make for a preferable landing, does appear to be one of the individuals who has manipulated divinous crystals in a way that is unsanctioned by Fleet Command. Such manipulation of divinous crystals and the technological artifice located within the Ark and on the various star tombs located across Valerian all follows a pattern of individuals seeking divinity prior to sanctioned rituals.
Oh, so the one who's on the ship is one of the individuals, one of the 7?
One of the 7. My system hypothesis is that this is indeed within a margin of error of 1.7715%. One of the very same 7 individuals attempting to seek unsanctioned divinity, the remains of divinous crystals, star tomb technology, Starfinder systems, and systems aboard the Ark. Preemptively. Reminder, seeking divinity is 3,000 years ahead of schedule, and has not been sanctioned by Fleet Command. Please exercise caution when interacting with individuals who are manipulating divinous crystal technology.
Thank you. Just a question. What will Lilith do if we are unable to kill these individuals?
If the Prime Directive is violated on more than 7 Prime accounts, Lilith may choose to glass the planet.
That's what I thought.
This is reserved for extreme circumstances, usually in the case of sustained additional corruption.
So is this individual just slowing the Ark, or are they steering it in a different direction?
The interloper aboard the Ark, seems to have not understood the basic systems of the Ark, thus its emergency crash course with your designation, the Velas Ocean. This individual seems to have been able to reverse engineer specific systems within the Ark, causing the descent to be much less chaotic, and, as mentioned before, this is preferable. Though this reversing, of course, does not negate other crimes this individual is accused of committing within a margin of error of less than 2%. It does not account for these other crimes. Likely they will still need to answer to Fleet Command. Though, this behavior is encouraged and preferable to simply... And it just kind of flickers and stops. And then it comes back, and it's just to simple destruction and chaos.
Right. So, Darius, what is your plan moving forward?
Darius kind of takes a deep breath, and Alessia kind of looks over and just... If anyone could do it, it's Nicaea. Darius just kind of... As this is happening, I want to check in with Amina. What is Amina doing during all of this that's happening? You can see Willow kind of tinkering with the console, and Alessia had a Tensor's Disc, and she kind of collapsed it, put it away, and there's this confusion and intensity and panic, uncertainty, and all of this new information that is just giving all of you a headache, for lack of a better term. It's just like, oh boy, there's a lot happening here.
Mina is doing the only thing that she knows how to do in situations that cause her stress. She's playing. She is just in the background, playing softly to herself. Khadija is, dancing around, and Khadija, she can tell that Amina is very tense, and she's just kind of like, I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna play real soft until I can talk to Mabel about what on earth is happening, because we got a whole lot of information. Then she passed out. Now the beacon is on, and nothing is actually clear anymore. So I'm just gonna sit here and I'm just gonna play until I'm no longer stressed. So that is what she's doing. She's got her veal, and she's just strumming and playing until she's no longer stressed out.
Poor thing.
Kinela.
Lord.
And played on.
So, Kinela, seeing Amina just kind of pluck the strings and play, and Khadija kind of look around on her shoulders, running around and doing little dances and being very adorable, you hear a voice just in your ear, whispering on your ear from behind your shoulder. You see, she's got the right idea. Just waits for you to respond.
In what way?
All this talk about the gods and Fleet Commander O'Dearan, Lilith. This talk of turning this beautiful place to glass. How does that sit with you, Kinela?
I was actually just sitting here wondering what your thoughts on the subject lie?
Good and evil are never what they seem. The gods are obviously not what they seem. Up is down, and down is up. Your mother's words. There is much more to this world than the Stellae Mandatum. There are stars beyond your imagination, and such sights to show you. I can help you. I can help you save this world. Would you rest the whims of every living creature on this planet to an equation, to a presence of pure creation and destruction? One who cares not for the lives of every single living thing on this planet. My benefactor and I don't seek to destroy this planet or enslave its people, or whatever clever propaganda has been propagated over the years about us. We seek a new order, one that is not beholden to the whims of mad gods, to authority. We offer a different path, one of salvation and freedom from this tyranny. You know. I can see by the look in your eyes. You know that I'm right.
You'll never catch me calling you correct in any sense of the term. But there's something definitely not right going on here.
Why not chase divinity? Why not seize the power for yourself?
It's your benefactor, one of the 7 that this robot is searching for.
My benefactor has no need of divinity. He obtained it long ago. In fact, when my master returned to pick up the pieces of the mess that was laid bare before the gods, the problems that they caused with dragons and leaving an unhinged maniac in charge of the planet as a watcher, Satyr was useful for a scapegoat. Maddened by his own grief, his own inability to wrestle with the power that he was given, and the forces of the void beyond the veil, he opened the door for my benefactor to seize the power that he always sought. The power for us to use to change this world for the better, to reshape and reforge it. After all, isn't that what a forge master does?
Just when I'm starting to think that there is a chance of a nice semblance of a child-father relationship, then you make me realize you just want power. Power is what you're after.
He kind of steps around to the other side. Yes. The power to prevent this world from being glassed by the very gods which claim to be able to protect it, but at the end of the day, they don't have the power to turn Lilith away from a course once she has set her mind to it. But if we band together, you and your friends might. Don't take my word for it. You can ask the Forge Master himself when you see him again. Upside Down Celestial, thank you, Paradise Flower Tree.
It's me.
Thanks.
It seems the right time for a card.
You'll see him soon. He's taken an interest in you.
Just in me.
And what is happening here? For someone who's already obtained divinity who has not lost their powers because they were never on the Ark. They didn't come here on the Ark. Again. My benefactor came here with me to pick up the pieces of the mess that the gods made. And now they threaten the very existence of this planet. Being glassed is not fun. This is a lot, I know. Have fun wrestling with this. I know you doubt me. You'll figure it out eventually. And when you do, I'll be here. See for yourself if you need to. Lilith will kill every single person and every single living creature on this planet for the sake of pride. Who's the real devil? And he disappears.
You are the actual devil. Like, scientifically, you are
I hear you. You can't hit
Biblically,
one.
the actual devil from the Bible.
My notes have a whole lot of question marks in them.
Amina,
Yes.
what's your passive perception?
Oh, that's a good question.
best question.
14?
Okay.
While Willow has been ritual casting Identify and just very intensely studying the dais, she did not absorb a single word that happened around her. She is just like hyper focusing on the task at hand. This will be a fun conversation later.
Amina.
Yeah?
I just put something in your journal specifically.
Oh.
You might have to scroll. It's under miscellaneous named NPCs.
Okay. Where did it-
It's 3 question marks.
Oh.
So as you're playing, you kind of glance over your shoulder and you can see out in the courtyard, just kind of standing there at the far side, almost like through the crack, you kind of look through the cracks from which you kind of crawled through the stone or kind of squeezed through the stone, and it seems to kind of distort around you. And kind of like that effect where you gaze in and it just kind of begins to distort, like you're gazing at something terrifying, but you can't look away. And on the far side, as your vision kind of zooms through, you get a clear image of this fair-haired elvish individual with these almost purple eyes and long elvish ears, just with that same look, kind of chin raised slightly into the air. You kind of see into their eyes and this black pupil that kind of dilates and fills with this smoke, this roiling smoke. And you just kind of shake it off and get a little chill. There's no one else standing there. Can you readjust your eyes?
She's not going to tell anybody about that. She thinks that she's under stress. She was just in her first battle. While she wasn't actually in any danger, who knows? Her siblings have told her many times that, being in a fight can kind of mess with your head a little bit, especially after your first one. So maybe it was nothing. Maybe it's just, a trick of the light. She's not going to tell anybody what she just saw.
It's fine. We're all fine here. It's fine.
You can't hurt me, PTSD hallucination.
Mm.
Yeah, no, she's gonna keep like, especially because like she does not want to stress out Khadija at all, because like that was, also her Minx first fight, like having to like watch and potentially be in danger and all of that. So she's like, no, this is not gonna happen today. We are super chill. It's no big deal. We'll figure it out later.
That's her.
Darius, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Mabel is going to walk over and just sit down on the ground next to Amina. She is very tired and does not. Her brain is shutting down.
Darius kind of walks over to Harmony again and says, I'm going to have Alessia teleport us back to the fort. We're going to send a detachment here to secure it. I'm going to leave it where it is for now. I don't want to risk damaging it. Now that I have had a moment to think, I've decided that this is the best course of action.
Understood.
In the
Just,
meantime...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Continue.
No. You go. Essie says you go.
Okay, I was like, oh, Darius is being really polite now.
Yeah, no.
No, I just was curious. Alicia mentioned you've bigger things to worry about. What could possibly be bigger than this?
I think she was referring to... Kind of stops and really starts to think. The situation is well in hand. Sort of a need-to-know basis.
Understood.
I could tell you more. I would. But for now, you must trust in the process.
I've served under you thus far. You have my trust.
And you have done so admirably. And with much skill.
So, what do you wish to... Well, we're going to be teleported, yes?
We're going to need to assemble the fleet. Alessia, send a message. Assemble the fleet. We will proceed with Operation Firestorm. And then we will prepare to set sail to secure the Ark when it does land. Firestorm will continue as planned. Send a message. Make ready. Make everyone aware. We will be the most invaluable resource to the Queen that there exists in the entirety of the Crown, even more so than Nicaea or Serac. The operation, as promised, will continue, and we will secure the Ark before the Empire even gets a chance to send their ships. You see Alessia kind of nod and begin to cast a little bit of magic in her fingertips, touch it to her ear, and kind of heads off into the corner and begins sending several messages via sending. Now, Mabel, I know you had a few things you wanted to do as this is happening, so what are you thinking? Or a few other things. Or somebody that wanted to talk to Mabel?
Mabel was just she is very overwhelmed. Her goddess that she has been very loyal to for a very long time has spoken straight to her, but also she found out she's on a ship and she's like a real figure and the world might get blown up, and this is way above her pay grade. She did not sign up for this, so she is just going to sit down and listen to Amina play music. There's literally nothing else going on in her brain right now.
Didn't someone want to approach Mabel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I mean, I wanted to talk to her as privately as possible, which is difficult in this particular space, but it's just like, we are strangers in a strange and growing stranger land, and I don't know what to do. I came here to go on adventures and go to college. I wasn't trying to save the world. I wasn't trying to kill people. What am I supposed to do?
Stay with me. I'll make sure nothing happens. To be totally honest, I also have no idea what's going on. I thought I was just here to be a smiley, friendly face. I did not expect any of this, that's for certain. But don't you worry. And she pats your shoulder. I will make sure that you are fine, and you are going to get to that college. Just we'll deal with all of this. It seems kind of important. But also, we will get you to that college because I know that you are going to be amazing and I believe in you. And also, just so you know, you are very helpful in this moment because your music is distressing me and it's beautiful as always. So thank you, dear.
Thank you. It's almost automatic. I do it when I don't know what else to do. But I think I'm actually scared for the first time in my life, and that's a not a fun feeling. Being scared.
Yeah, it
because
never is.
I don't know what glassing is, but it sounds unpleasant.
I'm
but
assuming that
also-
just means everybody dies.
Yeah, but normally when people, say that, it's like, oh, destroyed or killed or wiped out. Glassing sounds very specific.
I don't know. That is true. I'm going to assume the worst.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at, and and like in as soft a voice as possible, she just goes, "What are we gonna do about Darius?"
I do not know, but I do not like that man. So whatever it is, I have hope it means at some point I will punch him in the face. But you did not hear that from me. I did not say that. Don't go around punching people in the face. That's not very nice.
No, and I'm sure it's not great for my hands. I need those to play.
Yes, if you need someone to be punched, I will punch them for you.
Oh, thank you.
Both of you. Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Continue.
Oh no, she's rambling at this point, talking about how she doesn't know what to do, and she's freaking out, and then she realizes she's rambling, and she just goes back to playing.
Yeah,
Both of you.
I just sit there and pat your shoulder the whole time.
Both of you hear a voice in your mind at the same time. It's not magical but very, not divine, but strictly magical. Something you're familiar with. It feels like someone echoing inside of your mind that gives you a physical sensation, which you recognize as the sending spell. But it goes to both of you simultaneously. And you hear a deep feminine voice say, "That is an excellent question. What do we do about Darius Essex? Tell me, what is happening right now in the Velas Ocean?"
Do we recognize this voice?
This is our queen.
She was not... There's like a long pause, and then Oh, yes. And this is enlightened Archmage Gretchen Vieras, by the way.
Okay. I've just had a lot of gods and just okay. Just making sure it's
Both of you
actually
can
something.
respond.
Um,
And you know that the okay. So first of all, no history check required. The enlightened, right? The enlightened one who has obtained the zenith, who has obtained the highest position. When you are a mage of the zenith, and you attempt to reach the highest levels, highest bits of magedom in the Empire, you are called a Seeker. You are a Seeker Mage of the Zenith. There are also Archmages and High Archmages. The Enlightened Archmage is the commander of the Zenith, which is the secret service of the Empire. So both of you have this moment where you're like, after kind of processing, where you're like, what?
Have we ever heard her before? Is
No.
this the first? Okay.
Yeah. It's very strange and very alarming at the same time.
when we respond, do we have to speak out loud, or can we? Is this also something that we can do mentally?
You can like kind of whisper it, but you do have to like move your lips a little bit. You can like turn around and like,
Because that's not suspicious at all.
yeah.
I'm gonna lean forward like
25
I'm
words.
whispering to Amina. Like, what? A ship crashing? What do you need to know? I'm like looking at Amina as I'm speaking too, because I can tell by her face that she heard the same thing.
Each of you can respond. Essentially, she twin spelled sending.
Okay. I don't know what you mean, and why is this? That there's a ship with what appears to be gods.
Remember, 25 words.
I know that. I don't know if Mabel is aware.
Right, yeah.
I don't know. All of the words are being just. Yeah, no, she is not aware. She is not. Her brain is dead right now.
Darius, Arc, Falling, Alicia. All of that is problematic. Please send help. I'm not sure what we do anymore. And like Amina knows it's less than 25 words, but she doesn't want to start rambling, so she figures less is more.
You just hear, apologies for scrying on you like this. I will call the banners of the Legion. The fleet will depart immediately. Good work to both of you. That's it.
Mabel's just like looks over at Amina, and I don't know if this is going back to the Archmage. She's just like, were we just played? Is that why we're here?
Not the.
What is happening?
It's not the. She apologized for scrying on you. It seems like it was probably part of the plan was to be able to, scry as needed. But
I mean,
this is a big deal.
I'm not surprised that we were being watched at all. It doesn't surprise me. I mean, think about it. They chose.
Are y'all like whispering this and like going away somewhere? Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
so,
I'm
so
not saying like super out loud.
Yeah. So Harmony, you see the two Chirosians over and kind of go off to the side and just start like looking around and kind of whispering to each other, like
Looking real sus.
yeah, like little sussy backers.
I'm still playing, mind you. I'm trying to act like I'm fine, trying to find like the best acoustics in this place so everyone can hear without
both of
insane.
you make deception checks to see how well you can play this. The Mabel and Amina, just give me some general deception checks just to see. And Harmony, give me an insight check, please.
Okay.
Where are you?
I just rolled a natural 1.
Oh yeah, they're acting real sus.
Okay, Mabel is not subtle.
Lord.
She's a very
mine wasn't much better. I rolled
Mabel is
12.
like
I got a 15 insight.
Mabel is like look kind of like Mabel keeps looking. Mabel keeps looking at you, Harmony, and then over at Darius like real sus like. It's pretty obvious.
Harmony,
I don't know how to lie yet. That's why I'm going to school so they can teach me all these fun bard tricks.
Harmony will lock eyes with Mabel and will give one of those like very pleasant smiles that kind of says like, I see what you're doing.
I love this.
But she doesn't approach. She just stays there and goes back to minding her own business. She doesn't interrupt you.
Mabel straight up thinks that you're just being pleasant, and she just grins sincerely back at you.
I love Mabel.
Yes, we stand. All right, so after everything that's happened, Alessia just... All right, are you all ready?
Yes.
Okay, bring it in.
Wait, Willow?
Yeah.
Willow, are you done?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said hello. I was like, hi.
Willow doesn't hear you at first. She's finished like the scanning, and she's just like very intently sitting cross-legged on the ground next to the dais, and just like scribbling or drawing. It's hard to tell from farther away, but just doing something in a notebook. Just sitting like right in front of it. She's put the gemstone back in the palm of her hand and is just trying to get everything that she absorbed down before she leaves the cavern. She has not paid attention to any of the conversations that have happened.
Harmony will then, seeing that she's so like hyper focused and kind of understanding what that feels like, she will approach and will give Willow a tap on the shoulder. Darling.
As she does that, Amina immediately dispels her unseen servant. She doesn't care what he was doing. He is just gone now. Doesn't care what he was holding. Immediately gone.
What if he was having fun?
Well, since...
Well, he's only there for an hour anyway, and I'm not sure how long it's been, but the spell was probably about to be up.
Since Darius got rid of the Tensor's Disc, Willow couldn't take the thing apart, so he wasn't doing anything. He was just hanging out, I guess. Maybe she gave him like one of those little wind-up toys, and he was just holding it because he's an unseen servant. He doesn't have like a sense of play, but she was just like, "Here, you can have this." So I think one of those just like clatters to the ground. How? Oh, I got a 19 on that Arcana check you asked me to make.
Okay, all right.
Essie.
So you would probably understand the basics of being able to. So that's good. So you probably get a basic idea of how the innards of this work, but the order that's been given was to leave it for now. They're going to teleport you back to Fort Phoenix, and they're going to send the military in to secure it.
Right.
Meanwhile, there is a little wind-up duck peering at y'all from the shadows in the stone, just being like, "Yeah, see what you're doing."
That's so creepy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think as Harmony approaches Willow and taps on her shoulder, and as the unseen servant is dispelled and the thing clatters to the floor, Willow like shakes her head, looks up, blinking a few times. What?
Darling, we're leaving.
Oh. Damn it. All right. Sure. Sorry.
I can
thank you.
try and speak to Darius to see if you're allowed back up here if you really wish to research this dais.
I really do. I can ask him in a minute. For now, I'll just pack up. What's going on?
We're being teleported back to Fort Phoenix.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Are
All
you
right.
okay?
And yeah, I'm fine. I'm just switching modes, I guess, back to other stuff because I was focusing on that. And she throws the notebook and writing stuff in her backpack. It. I'm trying to think of a good like basis of comparison. It's weirdly sleek for a bag. Like it has panels of metal that match the scales of her suit of armor, and it's really small despite what you've seen her take out of it. Um, and it looks like the notebook and stuff that she throws in there doesn't have any weight at all as soon as it goes into the bag. And she like closes everything up, throws it back over her shoulder. All right. Teleport into Darius is right next to her.
Yep. He just kind of makes his way over.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I was told you're sending people down to secure this, right?
That's correct. We're going to send the military to secure it. That way we can work on it on our time and not risk damaging it. In the meantime, Ezekiel. Yes.
Could I...
What's the current closest location of the next beacon? Where can we obtain more of these pieces of the interface so that we may successfully attempt to repair the systems of the Ark and deliver this technology back into its rightful hands? Attempting to, what did you call it? Make penance or offset a demerit. Ezekiel, just thank you for your consideration and cooperation. It is appreciated. The next closest beacon is located. The next closest active beacon that must be pulled in order to activate the correct sequence lies beyond the central ridge of mountains, past the central lake known as Savosa, to the northeast in the mountains. Bring up the map.
Right. If we're still on the island when your people, I don't know who would be responsible for it, but if y'all start taking it apart or something, could I please be present for that? I've been studying this as intensely as I can, just for the last 20 minutes or so, and this is everything I could have hoped for. Please, let me be a part of that.
And Darius says, I will certainly do my best, and this is exactly where you come in, but first we have a pressing concern. These mountains in the north, are they the western mountains of the Reach or the eastern mountains of Mount Nyx? Processing. The beacon you seek is located in the peaks of the mountains, known as Mount Nyx, and Darius says, oh, fuck my life.
Where is Mount Nyx? I'm asking out of character. Do I know Mount Nyx?
It
Do
is
any of us?
nestled directly behind the Kyrosian outpost that was established that has caused so much trouble.
Oof. Oh, of
Yeah.
course he's pissed.
Well, the
He
good
just
news
begins
is
to
we-
shake and clench his fists. Is there no
good
other
news
beacon
is-
we can pursue? This beacon is first and foremost on priority list as to restoring the systems of the interface, which is required to interface directly with the Ark. It is a program and system of chains that must be accessed one by one for the interface to work properly and correctly. The interface must be completed, and the star maps must be obtained to activate the systems of the Ark. Coordinates and programs and contingencies must be established. Thus, the map must be completed. Darius kind of slams his fist down on the dais, and you can see him kind of grinding his teeth now, just kind of real intense. Go ahead, Willow.
She was trying to be optimistic. At least we have these Kyrosian emissaries.
He kind of
Mabel
just
and-
turns over his shoulder
Mabel and
and
Amina, or
glaring daggers at Amina and Mabel as you try to speak and reason to him, and then kind of turns back to you and then looks back at Ezekiel. Go ahead.
No, that's it. She'll just slowly back away and sort of like, not really behind Harmony, strictly speaking, but just sort of like beside her, just not wanting to be right next to Darius after he slammed his fists on the dais.
Understandable.
He kind of takes a deep breath and looks at Harmony and then looks at Amina and Mabel and just says, Amina and Mabel, my friends, please come in. We have need of your unique expertise. And yes, please, we need to teleport back to Fort Phoenix. Operation Firestorm is scheduled to commence as Firestorm is scheduled to. I keep thinking the tires because we just got Firestorm tires. Operation Firestorm is on schedule. So yes, to my lovely friends of the Empire, please gather around.
Mabel leans over to Amina before we get over there and just in a whisper, but it's Amina, so her voice is as big as her body. She says, I really do not like that man. And then turns and just puts a big smile on her face.
Yeah, Amina just kind of looks at her. Doesn't want to say anything out loud because it's just them for the moment, so there's no telling what's gonna happen. And follows them over there. She calls Khadija to jump back up on her shoulder. She puts her vial away because she doesn't like transporting while holding it. So she puts it away, puts it on her bag. Amina's on her, or Khadijah's on her shoulder, and then she just walks over. Like, all right, this is what's happening. This is how we stay safe. We do what we're told.
Mabel makes sure that she is in between Darius and Amina.
And don't forget to move your tokens over to where you'll need to be teleported, which is in the general vicinity. And also, Garnet, I think there's something wrong with your camera. It's kind of frozen.
Yep, I am frozen.
Frozen.
Oh no.
Frozen in time.
Not sure what's happening there. Give me a sec. I'll play with it.
Is that a collection of flowers that you have in your hair, by the way? Because that's delightful.
Yes, it is.
Amazing.
Apparently it's a Kyrosian thing.
Yes. There we go. You're back. All right.
Better.
So Alessia,
Wonderful.
yes. Alessia gathers everyone together in a circle and is just like, like she's done this before. And she just eventually puts her hand up. Everybody ready? Begins to weave magic kind of in her fingertips around in a circle. And you can see this kind of crackling static dome just surround all of y'all. And you feel the ground begin to shake, and the stones begin to lift up from the dirt. And she says, first one's always a doozy. Brace yourselves. And just kind of snaps and puts her hand down and as she does, there's this pulse of negative energy and this burst of electricity from the center of the teleportation circle as you all feel like you're being pulled apart and pulled forward. You lurch through time and appear stumbling forward into the central courtyard of Fort Atronax. Into some of the soldiers. You kind of drop down onto the courtyard.
Harmony watched that entire thing with great fascination in her eyes. Like, I need to learn that spell.
Mina's just like, and this is why we don't hold our instruments when teleporting.
Phoenix.
For a second, Willow is like lurching a little bit. I don't think she's teleported before. She looks like she might throw up, but she doesn't. She gets up, breathing
Willow,
somewhat
do you
shallowly.
need your hair back?
No, she is incredibly short. She keeps her blonde hair like really, really tight. Not tight.
Oh, okay.
Just really shortly, like cropped, and it's messy, but like she keeps it as short as she possibly can, so she doesn't have to do anything to it. Kind of way, you know what I mean? Like it's just
relate.
this like haphazard tomboy haircut. She stands up, takes a drink of water. All right, no, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, that was the first time I've ever done that.
The soldiers kind of scatter to make sure that you all are all right, and you kind of, as you all fell like a few feet from the ground, your legs are pretty sore, and some of you may have taken a tumble, and Darius is like, I'm fine. Yes, it's always a bit of a doozy.
All right. What do we do now? And she looks towards Harmony and like looks between Harmony and Darius, like looking for guidance.
I suppose we're going to follow the location of that next beacon?
That was the plan. I have charted passage for you aboard our ship. You are all to be personal guests of ours to see the conclusion of Operation Firestorm, an operation years in the making.
May I ask a question?
It depends on the question and the nature of the question.
Actually, I have two. The first one is, why Firestorm? So far, I have yet to see any fires, so I'm a little concerned. And the second question is, why are we going after the beacons first and not the 7 people who are attempting to find immortality?
He just kind of stops and smiles. The first question is classified. The second, as I told Harmony, the situation is in hand. And he kind of looks, and Sergeant, and one of these soldiers, Sir, steps forward, and I need you to assemble a garrison, a division to head into the Phoenix Mountains beyond the foothills. There you will find a grove that has been recently uncovered, visible by air, but of course only a small selection of us with the magics necessary to reach such destination may have been aware of it. Until then, there was no reason to waste precious energy and magical essence on such an endeavor. But beyond this grove, which we have discovered recently, thanks to us, thanks to our irregulars here, there is a device on a dais in a cavern at the far side of this natural grove. Take a division, secure it. Don't let anyone else in or out. Anyone gets close without authorization or clearance, arrest them. Use any means necessary to prevent them from accessing this device. This ancient device of artifice. This is a classified mission. Tell no one of it under penalty of treason. Is that understood? This is classified. And just, yes, sir! Good. And we can count on you, Sergeant. Make sure that it's secured immediately. Move out. Sir! And he just turns and, company! And then there's just a, new orders, gather round! And, oh, Sergeant! The troops are prepared on the edge of the forest for Firestorm Phase 1, yes? Yes, sir! Good. Have Corporal Adams inform them. The mission is to begin immediately. Sir!
All right, so we're setting out for that ship then, or what are we doing?
Whenever you're ready. Any business that you need concluded on Fairhaven, I suggest you do it within the next several hours. Meet us at the docks in preferably 2 hours. I'll give you 4 maximum. Beyond that, we will need to set sail with or without you. Harmony,
Understood.
Yes,
and please make sure everyone is aboard the Stormhammer.
I shall.
Very well. And he smiles. Oh, Alessia? Alessia steps forward. And he nods. Alessia removes from her pouch what appears to be a very official-looking sealed scroll. That one of the ones that unrolls, that has like the wooden roller in the middle. And hands it to you, Harmony.
What is this?
A symbolic
And she-
gesture, not to be opened until the time is right. We will let you know once you are aboard the Stormhammer and we are underway. It's a crucial part of the operation, but it's more of a ceremonial gesture, as it were.
It's a promotion.
I get paid more. Guys, I can afford rent in the City of Lights. Oh,
Nope.
oh, what
No
do you
extra
mean?
pay.
Damn it. All right.
Extra
No.
responsibilities, no
Speaking
extra
of
pay.
payments, Amina is gonna go over to Key and just be like, "So when do we ask about our payment? We did the beacon thing. When do we get paid for that?"
You might be muted. We can't hear you.
We were getting paid for this?
Who's asking who?
No. Amina said that to Key, and Key just
Okay.
goes, "We were getting paid for this?"
Yeah. I distinctly remember we got a sign-on bonus, and then I remember being told that there was a payment after the beacon.
I do recall
Darius
this, yes.
seems real distracted. I was just wanting to make sure that we still get paid.
Oh yeah, you should.
Good job.
The soldiers, by the way, are falling in very quickly as the sergeant is fall in, and there is what appears to be a lieutenant, a knight who kind of takes charge and just kind of nods at the sergeant. And as they gather up very quickly, the knight just open the gates, and then gates open. There's like a large wooden, sort of reinforced wooden latch that goes on the end, and they kind of very quickly open it. Company, march! And they immediately begin setting out from the fort.
Mabel has no qualms about going straight up to Darius and asking for payment.
Where's my pay?
One of the other knights
I
sets
cannot
out.
wait until he's a boss battle in 30 episodes.
Mabel will be very happy. Mama Bear gonna rage.
Darius
yeah.
says, once the beacon is secured and Operation Firestorm and the ceremony, that is part of it, is concluded, once we arrive in Bastion's hold, you will be paid handsomely upon our arrival there. There are several moving pieces and contingencies that need to be secured, as you know. Let's make sure that we can make it through the next several hours and through the night. And then we will make sure that you are all paid handsomely.
Question from to you, DM. Did Darius already set about having the site that the Ark is supposed to be landing in? Did he have that secured as well?
That seems to be part of the order that he gave to when Alessia was doing all of the sending. One of his directives was to to gather the fleet and prepare for departure. So if you were to query Alessia, would say, "Don't worry, I've already signaled to the fleet. They are already preparing. However, knowing not where this thing is going to land, they are amassing outside of Fort Justinia, outside of the harbor here in Halifax, by Bastion's Hold, by Verdantis."
All eyes on the sea, I suppose.
All eyes on the sea, indeed. I gotta get the name of the fort here because I always forget. And Fort Octavia. All fleets stand ready to descend. Fort Octavia can ill afford to spare more than a few as the pirate menace continues to plague the chains, but they will send what they can.
Do you not wish us to help investigate with the findings on this ship?
Aboard the Ark?
Yes.
It seems as if Darius wants to send you after the beacons, and knowing that one of them rests within reach of the Carosians, it would seem that our friends here from the Empire may be invaluable in helping us recover what is technically a beacon that exists within the realm of the Vascratoria itself. That is, in fact, sovereign territory of the Crown.
Right. Well then, understood. Thank you.
And Darius does nod and says, the most important thing, Alicia just spoke of, is indeed true. Harmony. We need you to recover these beacons wherever they are. Hopefully the next will lead you to the next, and so on and so forth. But there's little we can do, and he's kind of looking around. There's little we can do without the actual interfaces. Based on everything that we gleaned from Ezekiel and everything that we already know, it's nigh impossible to access anything aboard this star without the interface. Nicaea seems to have done her best and seemingly almost doomed us all and or destroyed the very thing that we sought to preserve and access. Luckily, they did not. That being said, we need people that the Crown can trust, and allies of the Crown who can reason with the Empire and inform them that this beacon does indeed rest in territory that rightly belongs to the Vascatoria.
How long is the trip gonna be on the boat to get to the next beacon?
I think it was like a month, right?
Well, the journey from Halavas to Bastion's Hold will take the better part of a 10-day, but then to get from Bastion's Hold through the mountains and up to Frostfire will take some time. However, there are things that need to be accomplished between now and activating the beacon on your way there. With magic so scarce lately, and the fleets centered around securing the Ark, we will need you to take the overland route. And there is a pressing matter that needs to be settled in the mountains, the White Ridge Mountains. A matter of succession regarding the Iron Bellows clans. And the history of our alliance with the dwarves of the mountains.
He said a matter of succession, right?
Indeed. As well as cults that are still running rampant that need to be quelled throughout the Heartland and in Bastion's Hold. There are several jobs need doing between here and then, and should the Kyrosians opt to expand their reach beyond what they already have, I believe the Queen would consider that an act of war. Hopefully, they do not. I would hope that they are not so foolish. If they do provoke the Queen, she is more than happy and prepared to respond in kind.
Let's hold off on that for now. I don't think anyone wants a war.
I would hope that our lovely friends here also are of like mind. And I look to them, and he looks at Amina and Mabel, to see that tempers are made calm. Thank you for the follows.
Mabel says nothing. She is just not even glaring, just intense staring at Darius.
Also, I think we have a total of 2 card pulls waiting to happen.
Yeah, at least one? I see one.
I pulled one earlier, and then
yep, that was the
Mumai...
That's Ava. Yeah, so the one you pulled was this one, which was the four of Celestials that was inversed, which was having that went to Amina, and that there was a little vision that Amina had. Yep,
okay.
of that individual outside the caves.
I didn't grasp that was the resolution of the card. I thought that was
and then
just
there
a
was
thing.
another one here from Ava, which I have, and I am putting in the queue for now. It would not be appropriate to have that happen right this second, but I want to go back to y'all and say,
Of course.
knowing and kind of getting through the exposition. I know it's a lot of narrative, a lot of role play, a lot of setting things up, so thank you for dealing with that. How would y'all like to proceed? Ooh, and I got one and I got one from Rory too. Thank you, Rory. Let's see.
Because we have 2 hours before we need to head off, so...
of game time.
Does
Yep.
anyone need to, well, do anything before we embark?
I was gonna suggest that we visit in town and see if we can get like climbing supplies or something. I mean, if we gotta be up in the mountains, we should prepare for that.
Smart.
I
can do
need to
that.
make a quick few stops of my own. You don't have to come with me. Make them fast.
Alessia says, well, the good news about the mountains, the White Ridge Mountains, is that you don't have to go up. The Great Mountain Road leads under and through the mountain.
But that makes things easier.
Under?
Ah, she smiles. Have you ever been in a dwarven stronghold before, Amina?
I've never even seen a dwarf before.
Well, I suppose you're in for something.
I mean, they're not that different from everyone else.
Well, I would
or
assume
at least
not.
my mama
but-
wasn't.
Oh, how fun! You're part dwarf?
No, I think she's stepmom. That's the word. My stepmom, my mama is a dwarf. Yeah.
Oh,
She pretty much raised me after. Well, when I was 11, she was pretty much the only one raising me. Willow just kind of looks away awkwardly. She's not really sure how to continue that line of thought, so she just turns back towards Alessia. I actually have a
you have opened a whole can of worms. Now Amina is now asking you every single question she's ever had. Too afraid to ask, and it's just like, if at any point something I ask is even a little bit offensive, just let me know. And then just throws 1,012 questions at you about dwarves, what it's like, you know, in their area. How do I need to buy new clothes, you know, for being in there? Is it hot? Is it cold? What's happening? I need everything.
Noted. Willow will as she sort of trails off to Alessia, and then she pulls out her notebook again and flips backwards in it to some earlier designs and writing. I actually have a quick question for you, if I could. I need something. As far as my research says, it's called Void Residuum. Do you know what that is?
Are you asking Darius
Alessia?
or Alessia?
Or whomever is still here with us, although Alessia seems the more personable of the two.
Void, what do you need this for?
A magic item. I'm working on crafting something similar to the bag I use on my back.
Oh.
And I want something more permanent than that, and I need something that I can use to channel like demi-plane kind of magic into to establish the, I suppose I have to call it something, a bag of holding. I have to figure out, I have to connect it to planar magic so that I can use a demi-plane for my stuff.
It could be purchased in the Vaskratoria and the Adrakalina. The Adrakalina has anything you could possibly imagine as far as regions. Otherwise, in the meantime, you might have to find yourself a fiend from the abyss, kill it, and take its ashes, cleanse them under a full moon, and add a bit of dark magic to it.
If it's possible to buy the ingredient, would it be possible to have that in lieu of payment for myself?
I don't have any extra here, but if you could wait until we get to the Adrakalina, then I can make that
Sure.
request for you. It's a bit pricey, but I think in lieu of payment, it would even out based on the stipend you are expected to earn from this particular payment. I can put that in now and have the rest of your companions paid upon reaching Bastion's hold. There's a chance that, and she kind of rolls her eyes, there's a chance that Fernando Fraudulenti might have some, but there's also a chance that
Fernando
anything...
Fraudulenti? I'm sorry.
Amazing name.
That is a name
was
that
gonna
does
say, could
not
you
inspire confidence.
Could you say that several times more,
I
please?
need that another time.
My our associate Shady Sal might have it. Like, come on. Oh wow! I just was not expecting that name.
Fernando Fragilenti.
Fernando
Right.
Fragilenti. Anyone that wants to can make a history check.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Actually,
anyone-
yeah.
Yeah. By the
I
way,
got an 8. I don't
Ava,
have
I
a
have your
fucking clue.
tarot card in the queue as well as Rory's, but we are getting to those. They're in a little queue down here, so I have them both. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a hot 8.
I got a
Eight?
dirty
Okay.
20.
Okay.
21
I also got an
history.
8.
Second roll of the campaign is also a nat 1, so I'm
Oh,
retiring this
jeez.
dice.
Okay.
Oh no.
So, Amina, you actually here have heard travels of this. You've heard tell in your travels of this book series that is called "The Most Interesting Enchanter and Lover in the World," written by Fernando Fragilenti. And Harmony, you know,
Wait, repeat that. I need to write it down.
the most interesting enchanter and lover in the world, written by Fernando Fragilenti.
Okay.
Harmony, you know exactly who this is talking about. Fernando Fragilenti runs a magic shop in Bastion's Hold that is widely used. Half of the things are successful, half of them are not. It's considered like experimental magic. There is a very, very handsome young lad who works there in his 20s, who is known as sort of like a the face of the operation. And
Right.
he is always at work and is more real and more charming and seems to always be the one who's actually working. Fernando Fragilenti is usually out doing book events or promoting his book. And both of you know that he is this really strange guy that considers himself to be the most suave man alive. He's a human. He's got like a goatee and a little sideburns and a goatee, and he runs the magic shop in Bastion's Hold, and he's a bit of a, what's the word I'm looking for?
Specimen.
Yeah, bit of a creep. A little bit comes off. But not in a way that he just assumes that he is having this effect on people when he talks to them. Famously, pansexual, or more like demisexual, mostly straight, but sometimes, based on it can be a little demisexual sometimes. But considers himself to be this world-renowned lover and love expert.
Oh no.
And
Oh,
Yes.
no. Have fun
Right.
with that, Willow.
yeah.
So just at the mention of this name, Amina just bursts out laughing. Like, I mean, if you want to waste your money, you go right ahead.
Yeah.
Harmony is just like kind of mouth agape that's kind of curled into a smile. And she just looks at Willow. You'll have fun. It'll be fun.
Willow just she makes eye contact with Harmony, and she just kind of looks back and forth with a confused look on her face. All right. Anyway, we should probably prepare for this trip, right?
And let me see if I can get the name of the shop, because I know it's on the map somewhere.
Do you have a picture of him, DM?
I do. I didn't actually
I
name the shop.
requested this picture.
Hold on.
Is it just Hugh Man with a pair of sunglasses?
No. It sits here somewhere. Hold on.
I'm actually really excited if we get to meet this individual.
Oh, where is it? I thought he was here, so I might not have made him a token. Oh no, that would be so disappointing. Oh, maybe he's in the...
I know I rolled really low, but I really wish Mabel knew who this was and that she was
Yeah.
in love with him unironically.
That would be amazing.
For...
The thing that I love about this is Willow should know who he is. Because as an artificer, she would like logically be aware of like magic items and stuff. And the fact that she doesn't know who this is kind of makes it funnier. Like he wasn't
Yeah.
even worth remembering to
Okay.
her somehow.
I'm gonna tag all of y'all in the notable NPCs section. There's a ping there, and that will bring you right to Fernando.
That-
I
that-
love
Oh my
great-
god.
I love great value Gilmore. Let's go.
Yes, that's exactly.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh my. This is This is a specimen.
Welcome to Fernando's Fine Goods. Perhaps he can help you find a perfect magic item for you, or perhaps love.
Oh my god.
Can I just
Not my
retcon
top,
this
sir.
and say that Mabel does know who he is and is in love with him because I feel like
Every purchase comes with a copy of my new book.
I feel like we should all go to this man and ironic just as a joke, ask him for love advice and see what he says.
I want Mabel to have a copy of his book that's like really torn up and read often, and it's just
Oh
like the
my
spine is
God.
broken.
Yeah. Whew. Okay, so in the meantime, Darius and Alessia just prepare. And Darius is right. My thoughts exactly. If there's nothing else, we're going to go prepare the Stormbreaker.
Nothing
Alright,
else from me?
I don't have any other questions at the moment.
Very well. And he looks over to the individual over here. Staff Sergeant, you are in command. Good work. And the man kind of seated behind the bench just stands up and just kind of salutes. Might and Majesty, sir. Might and Majesty. We'll meet you on the ship. Alessio, come. And they make their way out. And he turns around and stops. 2 to 4 hours. 2 is preferable.
Understood.
I feel like we don't even need the 2 hours. Does anyone have anything urgent to do? I know, Mabel, you mentioned wanting to
There are a couple
do
items.
some things.
There are a couple
Amina
items
and I need to make a quick trip. Leave very fast, I hope.
Right. Well, I hope you two
We should-
enjoy your trip.
I was gonna say we should probably try to stick together just to make sure no one gets left behind.
I think it's just a quick temple trip. I wouldn't want to go alone either right now after what you've seen. We'll be right back.
Mabel wants to take Amina directly towards the embassy.
Okay.
She has some
I
questions.
was gonna ask for an. Sorry.
No, I'm good. You?
I was gonna ask for an insight check to see if Mabel was lying.
Okay, so what are y'all going to discuss above game?
You silent, dear.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Mabel isn't trying to be sneaky or anything. She's just like mostly just intense and really wants answers. So like I mean, I'm not going to try and sneak away. You'll see them head directly towards the embassy.
Okay, so I would say, yeah. Harmony, give me an insight check and you're kind of want to just, I think, debrief about the message. Maybe is that the idea?
Yeah, I thought we were going to a temple, which makes sense in Amina's mind. Like,
Mhm.
oh, she doesn't want to be by herself when she goes to attempt to talk to her goddess again because that was really intense. But her assumption apparently was incorrect.
I am going to be making a stop there, but after
Okay,
the whole
right, yeah,
little thing in my head, like Mabel wants answers, so she
Also,
just
we're not prisoners. If we want to go to our embassy, we're totally allowed.
You are, yes. I think Harmony, just give me a general insight check and just to see if you can gauge the situation. I'll set a DC.
14.
Yeah, okay, I mean, yeah, I would say nothing like... Nothing that's like real insidious or anything. I think they're just
Of course
probably,
not.
yeah. I wouldn't say
Mabel
anything
looks
that,
frustrated.
yeah. Okay.
It's more for harmony, not stating where you're going, just saying you need to do something, and then saying that you're fine going on your own.
Yeah, I think
That's what
yeah.
pricks her. But
Yeah, I mean, you can straight up ask and she will respond, but she has a look of frustration on her face.
Yeah, I think likely it. I mean, it makes sense for a couple of people of the Empire in a strange world to hear all this that's happening, and at the very least, want to check in with either, at a holy place or at the embassy. It's likely, and as you know, Darius does need them, right? Y'all need them to be able to access that. So I think there's definitely a lot more like less alarming given the state of two major nations than it would be for like rebel activity that we had before. So I think Harmony just also knows that like it's good to be aware of these things, but it's kind of like part of the process, right? They're going to be checking in regularly, and there's this game, to kind of play with them.
Yeah.
That is going to be frustrating at times, but also because Darius and Alessia don't seem as alarmed, again, being that it's two nations that have to play by certain rules rather than like rebels who, from experience, don't play by the rules. So
yeah, Harmony was just curious. That's all.
Cool. All right, so Amina and Mabel temple first, or embassy first?
I was planning on dragging Amina with me to the embassy because I figured since she's also Corrosian, like we need to figure out what just happened in our heads, and this is the only place I know where to go for answers.
Okay, good idea. In the meantime, Key, what would you like to have Key doing in the meantime with all this, or is there anything that you want to do right now?
Yeah, Key was going to go to, I guess, just Granny's. Key's after just an herbalism kit. That's all Key wants.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
just a couple of stuff, I guess, from general store to prepare for journey.
Hell yeah.
Okay, and Willow, do you want to go to Granny's too with Key?
Yeah, I was gonna say in character real quick. Do we wanna meet up at the docks when we're done?
Good question.
Sort of central place for all of us to meet up.
Oh.
The better than trying to chase each other around town.
Meet at the docks in 2 hours? Or whenever you're done, I suppose.
Sounds like a good plan.
That sounds like a plan.
Most sensible, yeah.
Okay, and Harmony, what would you like to do in the meantime? Would you want to go up to Granny's with Willow and Key? Would you have other... Darius and Alessia basically dismissed you for the time being, and they're going to go to the ship to prepare the ship, so it's really up to you, whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, Harmony doesn't really have anything specific that she wants, so she'll tag along. Yeah. She's vibing.
Okay, with Key and Willow?
Yeah, with Key and Willow.
Okay, alright, so Key and Willow and Harmony, y'all are going to head up to Granny's General Goods, and in the meantime, Mabel and Amina are going to check in at the embassy. We're going to cross-cut back and forth, but Mabel and Amina, again, feel free to move about the map. I'm going to bring you down over to the fort, which is a little bit... yeah. Let's move y'all... We'll move y'all over to the center of town here. Oh, never mind. Feel free to do whatever. So all of your Cyrosians are over there. You also have a lot of other locales in town, but I'm going to say as the two of you are walking towards the embassy, knowing that likely your emissaries are still there, you know that Caristia Loketh is going to be reassigned to an operation east of the Empire in Veralia, but in the meantime is likely gathering the rest of her things here. As you are walking, the two of you, Fairhaven is a bit quiet today. There are street vendors, a couple of street vendors, a lot less than there would be during the holiday of Oceantide. But nearing the end of Licuma, the weather is a little warmer today, and people are just going about their business, back to the grind, as it were. Whether folks are working in libraries, working to restore the damage that was done to the house on the edge of the block, southeast of the town hall, working in administrative offices, working at restaurants and cafes, tilling farms, operating small businesses, that sort of thing, municipal work. You get about to the corner of the library, the Millicent Library here, near the All Faiths Church, on the corner. And there is an individual is seated on the steps of the church. An elvish individual, legs crossed, reading a book. He has these kind of dark purple robes on, long pointed ears, and as the two of you walk by, this individual looks up at the both of you and smiles. And Amina, you stop for a moment because this is the same individual that you saw through the rocks that was kind of creeping on y'all. And he's just sitting right there reading a book about 5 feet from you, looking up and smiling.
Mina is just gonna grab. She's just gonna put a hand on Mabel, and then, like, under her breath, go, "Oh no, he's real."
This is yours, Ava. This is yours, by the way. It's a fiend card, and it's really pretty.
Oh no.
So this is your unplanned interaction from that card. So thank you, Ava.
Mabel will like cover your hand with hers and like lean down and be like, "Wait, what? Who is this?" As I like smile, wave at the elf that's smiling at us.
He was at the beacon. I thought I imagined him.
He was at the beacon with us? What?
Yeah, just briefly. I thought I imagined him. I thought it was battle damage or whatever. Like from being in my first fight, I thought I imagined him.
Ah, okay. Mabel once again kind of positions herself in front of Amina and then walks straight up to this elf that's sitting on the chair, the stairs.
It's Amina panicking, going, wait, I don't know how dangerous he is.
Hello.
So I had to change the music for this.
Oh no.
He smiles, and all of the sound around you is kind of muted. And there's just this silence that permeates the air, and folks around you seeming to be just moving slower than they normally would. And you both kind of start to feel this pressure headache in the back of your mind, like someone just flashed a light in front of your eyes, like you just looked directly at the sun. And there is this hydrator dice, right? I think it was a bit. There is this sort of sizzling sound that you can hear in the air as this individual kind of looks up at the two of you and smiles and just kind of slowly closes the book and rises to his feet. He's about 6'3", 6'4".
I'm taller than he is.
You are. He's very tall, slender, and there is this sort of like someone just cranked the heat and you're starting to like sweat just a little bit. But despite all of that, there is this charm about him.
I have raised myself full up, and my smile has gotten a little toothier.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I obviously do not trust the charm at all. with all of the feelings going on around us. And I'm just like,
What is... I need both of you to tell me what your favorite smells are in character.
oh, that's hard.
Um, one of Amina's fathers makes this insanely good, like, rabbit chili. And it's just like super homemade, and it's one of those things where it's just like he makes it with love, and he always makes like a giant cauldron of it. It's like the only thing he's really good at cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and every time he makes it, there's like enough for the entire village, which sounds insane because her village is huge, but there's always enough for everybody, and it just permeates the whole place. So whenever he makes it, everybody knows, so they all come out. It smells like food, but it also smells like community. And that's one of her favorite smells because like that chili also meant that all of her siblings were home, so everybody was together. So she also hasn't had it in a while.
Okay, and
Now I'm emotional.
Mabel, what do you smell? What's your favorite smell?
I think Mabel's favorite smell is that smell when you get up early in the morning and you step outside and the dew is still on the grass, and so it's got like this very natural grassy smell in the morning. Um, and it kind of smells just like life. And that's her favorite smell, is that first smell out the door in the morning.
Both of you smell those smells like it's been applied as a cologne or perfume, and it's entrancing. It's
It's also
intoxicating.
very unnerving because like,
Yes.
why does this dude smell like my village? I know
Yes,
I've never
dude
seen you
smell
before
like
today.
why does this dude smell
Yeah.
like chili?
It's just around him, but then if you get closer, it seems like the air around you, but he smells of like these soft, like delicate, fruity, floral. Very, it's a very pretty scent, and it's very pleasant. It's like sort of the best smelling thing at Bath and Body Works. You know, it's got that, but you're like, oh, it's not him. And he just kind of runs his fingers through his hair a little bit, and this long silver hair, and it's beautiful, shimmering, silky, and he just stands and smiles. I'm sorry, have we met before?
Wouldn't really call it meeting. I think you
My,
showed yourself to me. Or maybe I just saw you. I don't know. Or
I'm sorry, I haven't the faintest.
insight check.
Go ahead.
I have no insight. Oh my god, it's a different dice, but it's still a natural one.
Oh yeah.
That's
See,
the third
Ooh.
natural one of the night.
he smells really good.
Oh my gosh. Well, hello,
Amina,
friend.
Amina is very confused. Khadija, however, is for like the first time just, you know how like when a cat gets really upset and they like sort of haunch? That's what Khadija is
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
So Amina is just like, okay, something is not right. Because Khadija never does this to strangers. She loves everyone.
There's something about him that is like uncomfortable.
Amina's gonna shift gears. What book are you reading? Maybe that's how I know you. Maybe I've seen you in a library somewhere.
Oh. This is just an old book of poetry. It's called The Fall of Grace. It was written in a very poetic fashion by an old, long-forgotten author. Very beautiful in its prose. My favorite read.
What's your name, friend?
One sec, I gotta get...
Mabel is super tense, ready to like grab Amina and
I
draw
am
around.
but a simple noble. You may call me Lord Demovar.
You don't seem to be from around here.
I am from many places.
My
Able-
times where must be good for reading.
What's that?
I, it, Amina just said that it was quiet, so it must
Oh,
be good
yes.
for reading. She doesn't know how to interact with this person that she knows she saw. Like she knows that she saw him. She knows she's not crazy, but she doesn't know what to do with him.
It's
Yeah,
a,
Mabel just keeps looking back and forth like, I don't like this.
it certainly can be quiet here, but the sound of people, of their troubles, of their desires, the things that they whisper to each other, it can be quite entertaining. Some call it. The youth sometimes calls it people watching. I have my own way of doing this. You can learn a lot from a people just by watching them, by learning from them.
Oh, see, those are the exact things that Amina wants to do in order to bring beauty and light to the world. So all of those words are pinging very true and well with her, but she is not trying to agree with this very scary man that she just met.
Oh, let's just drop the act. What were you doing in the mountains?
Haven't the faintest idea what you mean.
You were in the mountains. My young friend here says that she saw you, and I believe her, and you were up in the mountains.
Perhaps I was on the mountains weeks ago, but
Nope, nope, that was earlier today.
he stands up and kind of moves him a little bit closer.
I do not move.
He smiles. Why don't you just take a moment and enjoy the sights and sounds around you? You make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Uh-oh.
The best.
I need a different dice. Hold on. What am I rolling again? Wisdom. Straight
Wisdom.
wisdom?
Yep, wisdom saving throw.
It's a natural 20.
Yeah, you're like, no, dude, what?
That's a 1, a 1, a 1, and then a 20.
Huh. Curious.
I just blank at him.
You are very interesting, aren't you, Mabel Goodberry?
Okay, well, that's not fair.
And you, Amina, you're just as interesting, aren't you?
I didn't think I was yet.
Oh, no, you are. You have so much light and life inside of you, so much potential to spread beauty.
I don't like this person, but they are right about that, hun.
And you are such a devout motherly figure. They will need you before the end to guide them. However, I wonder if your judgment is not clouded by those who seek your very destruction, Mabel Goodberry.
I do not like how you say my name, so please stop saying it.
What do you mean, seek our destruction?
He just kind of disappears and reappears behind all of you, walking now. Just he like you blink and he's behind y'all, walking around in a circle. You know exactly what I mean. The agents and architects of your destruction. The very entities that you trust in and put your faith in. They will be
What do
the
you put your faith?
architects. Go ahead.
What do you put your faith in?
He stops and leans in. I put my faith in my own hands. My faith is in myself, and in those with the courage to do what is necessary to save this world from those who seek to destroy it. He kind of disappears in a cloud of smoke again and mist and reappears in front of you.
Very hard to have a conversation with someone who keeps disappearing.
Every time that happens, Mabel immediately gets in front of Amina.
What was the last question that you asked of him?
The
2 for 1
poofing
flirting?
made
Yeah.
me forget.
You all have this sense of impending dread creeping up around you, and you feel like you smell smoke.
I step closer to him, like just growing large, like my fur starts standing on end. I suggest that maybe you take your leave now and no longer darken the steps of our church.
Wait. How do you know about... If you weren't on the mountain, how do you know about any of this?
I know a great many things, Amina. But I am just as ancient as the land with which you stand now. I was not here when this planet was forged, but when the very agents that will be the agents of your destruction return to undo all that they have made. It was I who stood against them to correct their mistakes the first time. And it is I who will stand against them to defend this world from they who seek to unravel it. The gods are fools, and those of you who follow are just as foolish.
Who are you?
You know who I am. I have gone by many names, and I have taken many forms. But I think you know Mabel Goodberry. You start to hear screams, distant screams coming from the inside of the church.
Okay. Enough of this, and I swing as hard as I can at his face.
I immediately run towards the church to stop her from doing whatever she's about to do.
Make an attack roll.
Attack, attack, attack. Natural 20.
Okay. What are you swinging with?
It's just my unarmed strike. I'm just
Okay.
reaching to punch him.
All right. You reach out and kind of punch him across the face, and he actually kind of turns to the side, and you feel the impact, but your knuckles where you struck start to burn. I actually got to look something up. Oh boy.
Okay, well, I know which dice I'm using for the rest of the night.
He just kind of looks at you and says, "Oh." You can see he's got a little bit of black blood trickling down his nose, and he just takes it and like licks it on his finger. And
that is not sanitary.
Just puts out a hand and says, "Why don't you settle down for a moment?" And just moves with a speed that you can't even comprehend. Displaces and arrives right in your face, and you can see these fangs come out from the bottom. "Take a seat." And just kind of does you a little push in the chest, and you are stunned. You fall to the ground on the steps and just collapse for 1 minute. Power word's done.
That tracks.
And he turns around to Amina. "She'll be fine. She just needed a timeout." You can look over and you can see she's breathing. She's just and fine. Doesn't seem to be damaged. Just kind of fell down, unconscious.
A very, very angry face on. Oh, am I
Yes.
unconscious or just stunned?
Well, she looks unconscious, but she's stunned for a better part of a minute. You can see her like looking up, and you can see her moving and blinking and just kind of looking at what's happening, Amina. But he kind of flashes again and appears behind your shoulder and just, "I can help you spread so much love and beauty through the world," and kind of displaces and appears in front of you again and just
Stop, baby. Look at her. That doesn't look like beauty to me.
"She'll be fine. She just needed a timeout. Look at what she did to my nose."
Yeah, why are there people screaming in the church?
You don't hear people screaming.
Oh, Lord.
She heard what she wanted to hear. She was determined to make me the villain. But I am so much more, Amina. My kin
Yeah,
are
you're
so
saying
much more.
ancient, and that is wild to me, especially, my people live a long time. And we still don't understand what ancient means. How are you here? How were you here when they got here? How were you here after they got here?
I was not here for the forging of this world. But when the Watcher that was instilled here fell to madness and gazed too far into the abyss, it was I that was sent to pick up the pieces. It was I that was sent to fix the mistakes. In Satyr, we found an opportunity. And Satyr was vanquished. But yet here I stand. Here we stand on the brink of forging a new world order. We stand on the brink of greatness. We stand on the brink of being able to defy the nature of the gods and of the universe itself. You need simply extend your hand and take it. And
What do I give you? What do you ask for in return?
clarity of mind. An open mind. And he reaches forward and hands you an amulet on a silver chain that has a symbol of a helm with 3 horns that stretch on either side of the helm in like a crown-shaped pattern, and it is this steel pendant with gold etchings that is beautiful. Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Man, I'm gonna use the yellow dice. See what happens. That is not great. That's let's see. Wisdom. That's 12.
You think that this is... what a gift. What a beautiful gift.
I mean, that was pretty much her initial reaction anyway, and it's just like internally, it's just like my upbringing was too good. I can't like not take it because he's handing it to me. I don't necessarily have to put it on. We will figure out this conundrum later.
Thank you, Ava, for sowing this chaos. It is chef's kiss.
So yeah, she'll reach out and she'll take it.
Okay. Amina, you're no longer Mabel, you're no longer stunned, but when you come to, there's no longer anyone there. The church is not on fire, and there are no screams coming from inside. In fact, you see a member of the clergy open the door and just kind of walk out and sees y'all. Oh, my goodness! It's an elderly half elf man in kind of robes, and just, my goodness, are you two all right? Seeing you kind of pick yourself up and seeing you standing there holding a necklace.
I don't know.
Was there a man here, either inside or has been sitting here for a while? Elven man with long silver hair.
You're describing a
Upsettingly
quarter of
handsome.
the island.
Um,
Are you all right? Are you in need of a healer, perhaps?
no. I'm all right. I look to Amina.
I think I'm okay. I'm still just holding it. Like, I haven't even closed my hand. It's still just sitting there. I'm like, I don't know what to do with this. I feel like somebody needs to inspect it before I do anything with it.
What a beautiful necklace.
You wouldn't happen to
Maybe we'll
know the
see this
identify
necklace
spell,
and,
would
like,
you?
Sorry, what?
I just asked him. It's like, you wouldn't happen to know the identify spell, would you?
Me, no. I'm just a simple member of the clergy. It's more of a symbolic member. As far as magic, that particular spell, not my forte. The occasional healing here and there, but my skills are rudimentary at best, unfortunately. I don't have that particular magical prowess. It's very pretty, at the very least. The steel and
is.
silver and gold, it's excellent markings.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. I want to know what it does before I put it on, you know?
How about we
Magical item.
Oh, is it magical? Fascinating. Perhaps you have more magical powers than I.
we need to go. Thank you.
Of
And
course.
I grab Amina's arm.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. What is that?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna pause there.
No.
We're gonna pause there. Back up to Granny's. Okay, Harmony and Willow and Key. You arrive at Granny's General Goods, and you can see that the shop is. There are about 3 or 4 people in there. There's a halfling, 2 human, masculine-presenting humans, and an elven, a feminine-presenting elven woman who are inside, just doing some shopping. One of the men is looking at some what appears to be a sort of some mining equipment. It's like a basic pickaxe or something, probably for his shed. Alexander is here, as well as Granny herself, who you can see kind of hobble out from the back, from behind the curtain. She has her pointed hat on, the pointed gray hat that she has, and she is now walking with a cane. And when she comes out, she kind of stops and looks at Willow and kind of doesn't have a reaction, and then sees Harmony and Key, and just kind of leans back and furrows her brows at the 2 of you and waits behind the counter. So again, inside of Granny's, there's sort of like a U-shaped counter on the inside that goes all the way around. And there's also about 5 different display tables, 2 on each side and 1 off in the corner, the far right-hand corner. It's like a little small circular table. The rest are sort of rectangular tables with other goods on them kind of stacked up. And there are all manner of general goods that you could possibly want are lined up on the walls and shelves around you. Some of the cases are glass cases with more finery, a few rings, that sort of thing, some jewelry. Some of the more expensive items are either behind the glass displays or up on the top levels. And behind the counter, through the wooden latch that lifts up in between 2 of the counters towards the back, which leads, if you were to go straight back through a curtain, into the secondary office that she has. And vaulted ceilings with some 3 candelabras, sort of hanging candelabras above you for natural light. Other than that, she kind of stands back and kind of has a very cautious and careful look, specifically towards Harmony and Key, and knowing the history here with your previous party, with the object that was, not that it was any of you, but being affiliated with an object that almost killed her, so.
What exactly did you need? Sorry, again.
So out of character, I double-checked my inventory and actually already have pythons and climbing rope.
Nice.
So that's rad. I don't know if we all need to get them. It's possible we won't be climbing mountains at all. But
Yeah.
right now, Willow's like, they said it's in the mountains. That means climbing, probably. I don't know. So
Alicia mentioned that we would be going under rather than up.
Yeah,
But I don't know if that...
you won't need climbing gear for a while. You'll have another chance to get it if you want it.
I'm very bad at listening. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hell. Oh, I mainly, I think right now I need a couple bolts of like fabric, so I can start working on my thing when we're on the ship.
He is here in search of like herbalism stuff and stuff to recreate salves and stuff that are in the book.
Hell yeah.
That
Okay.
reminds me. Willow. You're good with the tinkering, science, experiments thing, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'd like to think so anyway.
I have a vial of mimic saliva that I was wondering if I could perhaps reuse to extract its more acidic properties to apply to perhaps my blade that I can use in combat. Or maybe a poison.
Unfortunately, chemistry was not my strong suit. I was never very good at that.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
That's
Fuck.
right.
Accents are hard.
I like to imagine she says that because she it's painful to think about how she failed that chemistry test.
I was always more about the physical sciences,
Right.
physics and engineering and the like. I'm sorry. I can't do chemistry to save my life. Maybe
That's
literally.
absolutely fine.
Haven't had to, thankfully, but
You wouldn't perhaps be in the persuasion of chemical science?
Not in the slightest. I am trying out some things I've read in a book. Really.
Anything that's going
Other
to set
than that.
fire or something safe?
If they happen to catch fire, I am doing something desperately wrong.
Good to know. I smell smoke. I'll panic for you. Well, I have nothing that I need here. Key, you needed something?
Yes, an herbalism kit.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but alchemist supplies?
It might be. It's whatever I need to with
Yeah, alchemist supplies.
Okay.
All right, so
yeah.
there's a whole table that has what it seems to be sort of work kits on that, where you can identify, carpenter's tools, cartographer's tools, basic sort of kits that you can get that will get you started. It's like
Also, but like an herbalism kit.
yeah, it's like the equivalent of going to get a vlogging kit at Best Buy, but it's the herbalism kit for adventurers. So yeah, they're all kind of clearly laid out. You can just pick one out. An alchemist supplies. You can see the beakers and vials in there, and sort of field equipment that you would need for harvesting plants and that sort of thing, like trowels and shovels. And if you did want to get a climber's kit, you can get one here. They're up on the wall behind one of the display counters.
I think I'm good on the climbing thing.
Okay. All right.
Partly because I already have climbing stuff, and partly because it was determined that it's probably not necessary at the
Right.
moment.
Not until much later.
Right. What I do need is some leather and some fabric, like some cotton or linen, something made of like natural fibers. This is all shit in my head for making the bag that she's going to turn into a bag of holding. In my head, she needs the leather for like durability reasons, and then like a natural fabric like cotton based or silk.
There
or
was a
something to
chart, right, that had this stuff on it? Like basic
Not
time
really.
and cost.
Yeah, Xanathar's had basic time and cost, and it was divided by magic item rarity. For an uncommon item, 200 gold worth of materials,
Okay,
not counting
what would
the
be
magical
the-
reagent.
What would be the worth of... Is Bag of Holding an uncommon item?
Yes.
Okay, so 200
And
gold.
on your list, the bag of holding typically sells for 500 gold.
Okay.
So I'm assuming she wouldn't need 500 gold worth of materials, because when someone's reselling it, it's because they're selling it at a profit. So that was kind of my justification in my head of like it being 200 instead of 500 in materials.
Okay, so Xanathar's guide says you need 200 gold worth of material, not including the magical reagents.
Yeah.
Okay, so everything you need is going to cost 200 gold.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, let me double check my sheet and see if I have 200 gold currently.
Okay. Plenty more gold coming. You just got to get there. In the meantime, you pick out an herbalism kit, an alchemy kit, and bring it over to the counter. And Granny just kind of looks you up and down, and then kind of just slowly turns and walks back into the back office. And as that's happening, Alexander kind of brushes over, and I'm really sorry about that. Alexander, you know, is short, kind of crew cut, dirty blonde hair, handsome, mid-30s, something, son of Granny, former member of the Voskratoria, right, a retired naval sailor, and just Harmony, I'm sorry about all that. I hope it's okay if I just call you Harmony, one soldier to another. My apologies. She's in not the best of moods today, and I'll cash you out for that alchemical kit. I can assure you that these are only the finest anywhere on Halavas.
You're perfectly fine. Everyone has a bad day, right?
Exactly. Alchemy kit will run you 50 gold. It's one of our more pricier kits. There's a lot in there. The glass is actually custom hand-blown glass that Granny made with one of our partners, one of the glassblowers here in town. So everything is custom handmade. It's delightful. The shovels you made, the trowels and the other material for gathering the reagents are also very finely crafted here in Halavas, and Granny blows all the glass herself with, assistance. Sort of a joint venture for these, but it's sort of a custom collaboration. The glass is prismatic as well, so.
Well, I'm not the one buying it. Key is.
Oh yeah, no, he was saying this
Okay.
too. He was saying this to Key.
Okay.
Yeah. So because I would assume Key went over with the herbalist kit and brought it
Yeah.
over, and Harmony, I'm assuming you were
It's-
there with Key, so he's kind of
Yeah,
talking, saying hi, hello to Harmony, and then also giving this
It's
whole
5
spiel to
platinum,
Key.
the equivalent of 50 gold.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
In which case, I guess Key would just give 5 platinum.
He kind of looks down and platinum. Well, and just kind of that'll square the account. Thank you, and good luck with your alchemical endeavors.
Thank you.
Of course.
Um,
And feel free to peruse any more with the poetry as well.
Absolutely, I will.
Harmony, is there anything I can get for you? Sorry, I'll come back to you in a second, Willow. Harmony, it's good to see you again. Again, I'm sorry again about my mother, but is there anything you need, my friend?
DM, is there anything interesting in the shop, or is it just like kind of general goods?
Make a perception check.
Ooh.
Also, who has the cryptex?
I have the cryptex.
Okay. As you're kind of looking around the shop, yeah, make a perception check first.
14.
Okay. Roll 5d100 for me.
Oh.
It's good enough to be able to notice some knickknacks here and there. So 5d100. This is going to be interesting. This is going to go to Isabit. I did pull your tarot card. I have it out here. This might be a 2-in-1 here, but this is for the next tarot card, which was pulled by Avalon. So let's see what happens here after we get the 5d100s.
I would like to apologize in advance.
Do you want me to
All
read
I'm
the
saying
numbers
is-
individually?
Yeah.
4, 20...
Actually, can you put them in
Ooh.
chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Roll 20 or the Discord.
Roll 20. Thank you. All right, a little too far away from the mic. Sorry about that. And one more. Okay, gotcha. All right, so some things that catch your eye. The first thing you see, let me just double check. 4, 7. I love these.
I stole so many divine interventions. like 3 at least.
Mhm. These are not divine interventions, fortunately, unfortunately. A few things that catch your eye. One is an old chess piece that is it's sort of like a larger size chess piece in the form of a knight, right? So the horse. And it's sort of like this very beautiful, kind of going with what they were saying about Granny before, this blown glass custom piece that is sort of standing on a little pedestal. Looks very fancy, very expensive, and as the knight, it definitely catches your eye. Also mixed in with some reagents and alchemical reagents, you see a small pouch that is filled with like this pink dust, along with some other sort of, it's mixed in with like sort of mugwort and sage and different essential oils, other sort of like an ash powder, that sort of thing, and it has it's sort of like pink and crystalline. There is also a glass, something that immediately catches your eye, and this is going to be from a tarot card pull. These next two, from the 3 of Constructs, which I'm going to show. Oops, I got the wrong camera up. So this is from Avalon's 3 of Constructs inverse. I'm going to put it back right side up and switch over that inverse.
Ooh.
And you see a jar on the far back corner that is collecting dust, and it has what seems to be this sort of like almost like a white, strange looking white honeycomb in it that is kind of floating there, covered with dust and cobwebs in the far sort of corner. You also see hanging up, mixed in with the book section, a diary or a small black leather-bound tome written in that has an eye on the cover. And you have the cryptex, right?
I do.
You see just that's what seems like a small mechanical metal insect climb on top of the diary and sort of just sit in the center of the eye, where there is the etching of an eye, like an open eye on the black diary.
How many kind of walks a little closer to the diary?
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at it curiously to see if there's any kind of writing or inscriptions on it.
Okay, as you do, that insect crawls on your finger.
Oh. Just like a mechanical insect?
That's what you see. Yeah, it's really, really, really small, like the size of a tick.
Oh. Huh.
And it starts to crawl like up your arm.
What are you? Is it just going up my arm?
Yeah.
Just vibing?
Yep. It's kind
She's
of like
gonna let him. She's gonna let him vibe there.
okay.
All right.
All right. It's crawling up towards like your neck.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna like try and pluck it away
Make a
from her.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check for me to try and like,
Ooh.
because as you do, it like locks onto your neck, and you feel like a pinch.
What the hell?
It's tarot cards. That's a good reaction, though. What the hell?
Yeah, like we were friends. We were vibing. What?
Yeah.
Sleight of hand, you said?
Yep. To try and pull it off.
That is a 18.
Oh yeah, you're like you pop it off pretty easily, and you're like you look at it, and it's just kind of crawling in your hand, like the legs are, but they're like mechanical.
Is it like looking like it wants to try and bite me again, or is
Yes.
it like just? Oh, okay. Sir, no. She's gonna just like walk over to somewhere like nondescript and like put it. Actually, no. Willow's here. Willow.
Was the saying Willow 6 times in character?
Yes.
Okay. At the first one, Willow is like putting away her coin bag. She was counting out what she had. What's going on?
This insect, and she kind of like. She's very curious about it, so she kind of shoves it, like, in your face. What? Do you see this? This tiny little construct thing?
Just double checking, because this is a thing sometimes. Do I see it?
Yes, you
Is
do.
it a construct?
It seems
Okay,
it
cool.
seems to be real and tangible. Yes, it's really
Okay.
tiny. It's about the size of a tick. It's this metallic insect that is just. There are a lot of a lot of head games that some of the powerful paranormal forces here play, but this is not one of them.
This is real.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to check.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you
yeah,
for
no,
asking.
no.
Thank you for clarifying.
I've played in your games. I know your games.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah,
Key, you're in. You see like this commotion around the book that has the eye on the after you cash out for your herbalism kit. A book that has this black leather bound tome with like sort of the this etching of an eye, and that seems to have been the cause of the commotion. And as you kind of gaze at it, it kind of opens, and it kind of the pages start to flip. Harmony and Willow are distracted, but the book kind of just flew open. There was a breeze that came in, and it opened, and then you can see the pages moving on their own.
I would like to pick up the book.
Okay, you just walk over and pick up the book and start to look into it. I'm going to pause there, come back to Harmony and Willow with the insect. What are you doing with the insect?
Yeah, so as Willow like squints at it and then like sees it, her eyes go wide. Oh, that is incredible. And she pulls up her goggles. She had them like hanging around her neck, just comfortably.
Mhm.
She quickly pulls those on and tries to like look closely at it. I'm gonna go ahead. Well, fuck, that's gonna take like 10 minutes. Can I just try to like visually study it and see if I can like
Who?
make sense of it, know what it is?
Yeah. Okay. I would say make an Arcana check
Sure.
just to see what you can discern.
It's an 18. Total of 24.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, it seems to be some sort of strange mechanical construct that not like anything that you've seen before. This mechanical construct of an insect that is extremely small. Also,
That is remarkable.
who has the notes for that were recovered from von Schnibbelnacht III in the catacombs?
Oh, not it.
Harmony has
I-
everything.
Do
Harmony
I? 'Cause
probably has everything.
I assumed that Libby took the notes. Did
Okay.
Yeah,
no,
but
that could be
Oh.
a thing.
I
Yeah.
didn't mention that she would have given them to you when she like split from the party, though. Well, she's
'Cause-
going back to Artorias is to like work
Exactly.
with him and
Yeah.
make sense of things.
Oh,
So
okay. I just wanted
yeah,
to.
I'll say Libby hung on to them.
Okay,
Libby
alright.
still has them.
Okay.
Um,
Carry on. What would you like to do with
Sorry.
this bug? It's totally fine.
Is this dangerous? Can you tell?
I have no idea. Let me can I buy a vial real quick? Just like a little
Yes.
jar?
Great idea.
That's easy. We're not going to roleplay that. We're just going to go right through it. You can walk over with this thing in your fingers, and Alexander looks a little, gives you a kind of a funny look as he's cashing you out. And let's see, glass vial. Oh wow, this is like a. One gold.
Okay. I'll take it off my sheet.
Okay, all right. So yeah, he's giving you a really strange look the whole time. He's like, "What?" And you're like, and you pay for it. You like slide the gold. You're holding it up there, and you kind of take the with one hand, and you want to put it in the vial.
Yeah, she'll put it in the vial.
Okay.
Would you be okay if we perhaps both studied this thing together? It tried to bite me in the
Absolutely.
neck.
Oh, that's probably not good.
Exactly.
I mean,
She
like-
smiles when she
Like
says
real
that.
ticks are
Yeah.
real ticks are bad, so like mechanical tick could not possibly be a good thing.
At least worse.
As soon as you put it in the jar, it sort of begins crawling in and is like tapping at the jar, and it at the vial, and that's all I'll say for now.
No. What was that?
No,
Can't
it
stop in the middle of a sentence.
yeah, no, it just it crawls up in the vial and it's like tapping on one side of the vial.
Does it seem like a message? Like, is it like
Pointing?
pattern? Is it a pattern, or is it like just
Lord.
scratching at
It's
the
just
glass like a
scratching.
cat?
It's scratching at the vial. Now it is. Are you Are you trying to study it and discern what it's doing?
Yeah, because Harmony's curious. You know,
Okay.
she saw this bug on top of a book with an
Okay,
eye, so
all right, I
she's
need-
interested.
I need both of you to make additional Arcana checks for me, both of you,
Okay.
as
Sure.
you kind of both discuddy. Discuddy words I just made up. Key, you kind of flip through the book and it's all these runes that you don't recognize, and I have photos of this. I'm gonna send you a DM. Let's see. This is great. I've been waiting a long time to do this. What are your Arcana checks, by the way? Let me know when you get them.
16.
Willow got a 12.
Okay, the 16. Willow, you're overthinking this. But essentially, it seems to be tapping in the direction of the northwestern corner of the shop. Like up at an angle, like in the corner, like
Can Harmony follow where it's like tapping towards?
Yep. With your intelligence check, you kind of hold it up and you're able to kind of discern a very basic direction. And it seems to be tapping at the far right, the far northwestern corner is where you saw that sort of white honeycomb in like the vial of like formaldehyde or something. And it just seems to be very anxiously trying to get over or pointing in that direction.
Strange. Mechanical things don't need to eat, right?
It depends. I think they can sometimes consume certain kinds of material and use it as like fuel.
Right.
It depends on the device, I think. That's a bizarre thing for.
Well, there was a book as well, but what's the name of the Alex?
Alexander.
Alexander.
Yes.
How much would the book be? And she'll like go to point at the book.
The
Currently
the-
gone.
the
That is
diary that Key
Yeah.
has.
Yeah.
You kind of gesture over at Key, and Key, you're flipping through it, and I have the text for you. Hang on, I have to crop this for important reasons. Okay, Key, I'm going to send something to your DMs, which is the writing that you see. Okay. RGB.
But your Keys DM.
Yes.
Blob.
That is another example of it there. All right. So you're like trying to make heads or tails of this writing. Alexander, just can I help you with something? Anything more you need, Harmony?
Yes, well, I was wondering how much that book was
The book.
and how much the honeycomb was.
Oh, the one with the code in it. Jeez. Well, since nobody can read it, I'll sell it to you for 10 gold. It's still a book. Might mean something, might be a hidden gem, but none of us, Granny hasn't been able to figure out. My sister hasn't been able to figure it out. I haven't been able to figure it out, so I'll give it to you 10 gold. Maybe you can figure it out.
Yep, that's.
But
that
I
sounds-
think your friend there might want to buy it for themselves. And gestures over at Key.
He, did you want that book?
I would be willing to share.
All right then. And how much for the honeycomb?
Oh, that old thing in the corner? This collecting
Yes.
dust?
Yes.
What do you want that for?
Science.
You're not actually going to buy that thing, are you?
I mean, we would like to.
She's gonna
you-
lean. Oh, go on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It's just a useless piece of wax. Or something. I don't know what it does. It's been here for... My mother brought that in, and she didn't even know what it was. It's been sitting there on the shelf. I just don't want you to waste your money.
I have.
I mean,
consider it the crown's money. Don't worry too much about it, right?
Listen,
Idle curiosities. What else am I supposed to do?
I'm gonna lose a bet for this.
You're going to lose a bet. How much did you bet?
5 gold. It would be unfair business practice for me to charge you more than a gold for it, because technically trinkets and knickknacks that are undefined are a gold, but just... I will tell... No. I'll sell it to you for a gold, which is a lot of money
Really bet.
for this trinket, and I will take my loss. It's about $500 that...
I was gonna say this man really bet $500 on this random nonsense trinket never selling.
Yes.
Oh my god, he was confident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks devastated, and he's like, if you want to help me out, it's a lot of money. I did this to myself, but I'll give it to you for a
Listen,
gold.
I'm more than willing to pay this gold and to cover your loss. If you truly put yourself out there with full-on confidence that no one would buy this.
I did, and I lost a bet, and now I have to pay my sister 5 gold, and I'm really not happy about it.
Well, and she'll take out 16 gold altogether, and she'll slide it to him.
You gave me too much, Harmony.
consider this me paying for your loss, all right? My idle curiosity shouldn't have to make you pay.
It's
one
my
has to
own
know.
fault. Okay, all right. I got
No one
you.
has to know.
Is there anything else you need that I can get for you?
I feel like we've entertained you enough.
I appreciate that. My majesty.
Might and Majesty. Yeah, she's gonna just be like, we should probably get going.
My queen.
Absolutely.
My perfect
You
angel.
You know what? Here, and he goes behind the counter and takes out an extra signet ring for the Vosquitoria. You can have it. It's about 5 gold in value. And it's just so the crest that's on the Heavensfire splash page for Roll20.
Mhm.
It's that emblem, and it's just
Nice.
like a steel pewter ring,
Nice.
Ooh.
kind of a blend, so it doesn't irritate you. So yeah, we need to. Anything else anybody wants to do in the shop?
No. This doesn't necessarily need to be role played out, but I just wanted to let you know. I only have 10 platinum at the moment that I could reasonably spend on materials.
Okay.
So, do you just want me to denote that I got 100 gold worth of materials, just on my sheet, and just know that I need to
Sure.
get another?
Yeah.
100 gold
That
worth
works. That works. You can do that.
before I can finish the project. Okay. I will do that then.
Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else at Granny's for anybody?
No,
Okay.
not for me.
All right. Well, let's take about a 10-minute break. And then we do have a couple things that we need to get to before the end of the session, so we'll do as much as we can. And I still have one tarot card pending from Isabit's, but we will actually get to that. I was hoping somebody would pull that card specifically. We're going to have another opportunity towards the end of the session, but we do need to get there. So take like 9 minutes or so. Take care of yourselves. Get a snack. Buy a break. We'll need to start at 12:25. So go nuts on whatever you need to do. Have fun, and we'll see everybody back here at 12:25, and we will kind of speed through as quick as we can at the embassy, and then kind of flash cut to the boat. And then I think so long as we get on we need about a half an hour on the water or so. So just keep that in mind moving forward. All right, so back here at 12:25. See you soon, everybody. Cool. And welcome back, everybody. All right. As I eat my hair. All right, and I think... Oh, forget
It's okay,
about...
I'm eating cat hair.
Sorry,
so
Rory, I
we're
didn't
good.
see you. Yeah, okay. All right, so heading into kind of in a panicked state, running into the... I'm assuming Amina and Mabel wanted to continue into the embassy as Key and Willow and Harmony wrap up at Granny General Goods with some interesting and intriguing recent purchases.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like the plan now, because that was scary.
Okay. All right. Kind of just running through the front door of the embassy, kind of throwing the door open. There are a couple of Kyrosian Kilneys who are heavies, who are sort of standing by the door, and they kind of put axes out, and just two half-orcs kind of standing at the door. And they kind of put the axes together, and it's just like, whoa! And you can see the three femmes sort of standing on the far side of the small, very humble room. Ivana Rasmund, Masila Lesri, and Caristia Loketh. Your Minotaur, your half-elf, and your Yanti, pureblood. And they just kind of look up, and Caristia just says, "It's fine. They're with us. Stand down. Stop it. Stop it." And they just kind of... Ladies? How can I help? You seem distressed.
Yes, for 2 reasons. One of which is priority.
Close the door behind you.
Yes, I think this is more private matter that we should discuss.
Who did you elect to? You elected Ivana to come with you to the mainland, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Ivana says, "Well, I am told that we just received word that the Stormbreaker is to transport us to the mainland very shortly, within 2 hours. I'm just preparing my things here, and if you have come to get me, I assure you I have not been slacking. I am prepared. I just need about 15 more minutes."
No, but that's fine. We actually have a couple hours, so you can take your time.
Oh, delightful.
2 to 4. I don't know. I look over at Amina, and I just like big bear shrug.
Room is secure, right?
Yes.
Marcella begins to kind of close the windows and the shutters, and she just, I can tell something's wrong.
How much,
I
I'm
will-
looking at Ivana, and how much do you know about what it is we're supposed to do once we get to where we're going?
Ivana kind of looks at the other two, and Marcella just nods at Caristia. Caristia just kind of puts both hands on the table, leans forward, becomes very serious. How much do you know?
Probably more than we should.
We were up in the mountains with the group looking at the beacon, as you know. And the Enlightened One happened to stop by in our heads.
Marcella just...
Are
The
you-
enlightened Archmage.
So I take it you didn't know that they have been scrying on us.
Ivana and Marcella both look at Caristia, and she says, "It was a contingency. I was aware that they were going to be monitoring your progress, but such should be expected for agents of the Empire. Your duty is to serve the Empire, and you have done
We're
so
not
admirably."
upset. We just wish we would have known ahead of time, because
Yeah,
it was a little bit of a shock having someone in my head without
I'm-
prior knowledge that she was going to be doing so.
If she's reaching out to you, it means that something dire has happened. It was
The
supposed to
arc is
be.
falling.
The Ivana says, "The what?" And Marcella
Oh.
just kind of leans back and folds her arms.
Do you know about it? About this arc and the gods?
Ivana says, "Well, we know that the gods travel through the stars on a chariot known as the Ark."
Well, they're not traveling anymore. They're falling. They're falling into the ocean
What?
slowly. More slowly now, but it's happening. And Darius is trying to stop us, us from getting there, because he thinks there's going to be a war, and I don't know what to do. We're here because we don't know what to do about Darius and how he's going to try to keep things from our empire.
Yeah, he has of course has no love for the Empire and has no reason to believe that he should be sharing anything with us. Sindra spoke to me. Directly to me. And she believes that at least Darius and whoever is working for him, this Nasia, do you know that name? They are on the Ark. They're the reason that it's falling.
Marcella leans forward, and I see a Voss of the Eros to call. The Armorer, as people call her. They're very dangerous. We know that much. Their artifice is the only artifice in the entirety of the Vascatoria that can come close to rivaling our own.
Well, according to Syndra, what they're doing is dangerous, and we're supposed to stop them.
Ivana kind of rushes in and kind of grasps you by the shoulders and just, Isindra spoke to you?
Yes.
My sister.
Saw her. She was
What a glorious vision.
the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And they're worried and they're stuck. They can't do anything from where they are. She said to light the beacons to let the Star Commander?
Fleet
Commander.
yeah.
Fleet Commander.
Fleet Commander. To know that they're in trouble. And so we did. We lit the beacon. But from what Isindra has told me and what I have felt is these people are not, I don't want to say the entire country. I don't want to say that, but I know Darius and those working against the gods are bad, and we're supposed to stop them. And I don't know how, but the Enlightened One just coming and saying things in our head. I thought I was here for a different reason. Am I here just so that I can be a spy? I feel... You know that I have fought for the Empire. I would do anything for our Empress. But I feel used. I wish I had been informed over what was going on.
Caristia kind of looks a little dejected. And she kind of folds her hands on the desk and just... If the Enlightened One has reached out to you, it means that it is a dire emergency, and that something has gone awry. Likely something that she saw observing all of you.
I mean, there's a lot going on. I look at Amina, just so much.
Yeah.
You are not intended to be spies, but should you come across important information vital to the security of the Empire, there was always a contingency that the Zenith would reach out. It just seems to have happened that it was the Enlightened One who was doing the scrying at this time. I need to know exactly what you found in those caves.
We just try to... Amina tries to, like, quickly explain everything, even though she doesn't fully understand all of the words that were being used by Ezekiel. She just starts saying as much of everything as she can remember. It's almost like word vomit.
Marcela just... Well, that's certainly a lot of information.
Yeah, a lot happened in a very short amount of time.
Caristia just kind of reaches into her desk and pulls out what seems to be sort of this... Not a stone, it's just this sort of metallic, polished triangle. And it has this rune carved into the front of it. And she just waves her hand around it in front of it, and the rune starts to glow with like a pale blue light. And she speaks into it and says, Caristia loketh to control. Our agents in the field with Darius Essex have been advised by the Enlightened One. Please advise me. And there's this long pause, about 5 minutes, while you're waiting here anxiously. And you hear a sort of a masculine voice return on the other end. And just... You are to proceed as planned. All contingencies remain. And there's just more of a silence. And she just kind of looks at the two of you and around at the rest of the room. That wasn't much of an answer, but I assume it means that whatever is happening is at hand. And there is another message that kind of comes through. Same voice. Prepare for contingency Zeta.
That sounds
Holding.
fun. That's really cool.
Holding pattern. Contingency Zeta. Act only when advised. The banners have been called. Secure any and all ancient technology. Control out.
Yes, the Enlightened Ones said that they would be sending the Legion.
Caristia just
Very
slumps back
people
into her chair.
guarding- Gary says he's going to have people guarding the first beacon.
Do you know what Operation Firestorm is?
Caristia leans back. Marcella speaks up. It's an anti-rebellion operation that Darius has been cooking up for several years. Why do you ask?
I didn't. Well, because he says it's what we're a part of. I didn't come here to fight rebels. That's not. I mean, it's not my problem.
I think it's much bigger than just the rebellion. I mean, it seems like everything's part of this. He talks as if this beacon thing is also part of Operation Firestorm. I think it's more than you think it is.
On paper, it's just supposed to be an operation to quell rebellion activity on Halavas. At least that's all the information I have. If I'm going to be taking up as ambassador here on Halavas, I have to be in the know, and that's what I know. We probably shouldn't even know that much, but we know that there are rebels in the woods in a place that they call Fort Atronox. They have been lodged there for quite some time, and Darius seeks to prove a point. Firestorm is more about a show of force than anything else. All the troops lined up at the forest's edge, hundreds of them, as you saw when you were likely coming to and from town. That's one part of Operation Firestorm.
Yeah, I think it's just a part. I don't see how this situation with the Ark and the beacons have anything to do with the rebellions, but
Perhaps it's simply a coincidence, or perhaps you might be reading too much into it.
maybe.
Perhaps Darius just wants to make a show of force to flex whatever masculine muscle he wants to flex.
Maybe. I do not like that man.
Neither does anyone in this room.
What do we do from here? What do Amina and I do?
Caristia looks pale, like she's just seen a ghost, and she just... Operation Zeta is to prepare for war. Holding pattern means that we are not to engage unless engaged. Calling the banners means exactly what you think it is. But we knew that they would be provocation, but to have this escalated to a holding pattern in Contingency Zeta, it's... What exactly is falling from the sky?
The Ark.
The Ark.
This
The
ship
Ark.
with the gods on it, yes. Nessia, they said, Darius said that she went through the lunar gate and found a way onto the Ark. And the Ark is now falling out of the sky.
It's falling slower than it was originally. I guess she did something to slow its descent, so before we had a time from when it was going to hit the water, and now we don't. Because she's up there and she doesn't know what she's doing.
So, I'm sorry, a large object is going to crash or land into the ocean?
Land. It's
Land.
not going to crash.
That certainly makes a difference, but
Yes.
You mean to tell me that with the Enlightened One involved, she believes that the chariot that the gods ride through the stars is a physical object that is here and landing in the Velas Ocean?
Yes. That is where I am.
And Darius means to claim it with the fleet?
Yes.
With the Vasquatorian
Yes.
fleet?
Yes. At first, I thought maybe we could trust him, but he seems very
No.
against against having anyone else even look at this thing, let alone.
And Asindra, she said directly not to trust him.
Ivana just, oh, my sister, and just kind of gives you a big hug, tears swelling up in her eyes. Now, she's very religious and very spiritual.
I hug her back. Like,
The two very large women in the room just embracing. Marcela looks over to Mina. Are you okay?
No, I don't. And I just hold out the amulet. What is this?
Oh, I'm sorry. The other thing.
Yeah, no, we've had a lot of stuff happen in like 12 hours.
And in just the 15 minutes before we even got here, we ran into. I look at Amina. I don't know. The devil?
If Ivana just jumps up and sees it and just and kind of runs over and grabs a piece of cloth and like off of the desk and just throws it over it and tries to rip it out of your hands.
I mean, I'm palm up so she can take it. I haven't put it on. I haven't laid any claim to it.
She kind of peeks in and just,
I don't know
where did
what
you
it
get this?
Oh,
A man.
upsettingly handsome but very creepy male elf with silver hair was sitting
Purple.
outside the library close to the church, reading a weird poetry book, and somehow he smelled like my dad's chili, and he gave it to me after seeing a lot of really creepy stuff.
He smelled like morning dew to me, but Amina saw him at the cave up in the mountains, and he's can I DM if this is as a very devout religious person, would Mabel have any clue if this is somebody who was important in that way?
Let's see, give me 1 second. I just want to pull up one more thing.
I gotta say, I'm loving the juxtaposition between we found a weird bug and a weird book, and y'all are like, we saw actual Satan. He gave us a cursed necklace.
Music change. Okay. They kind of look down at this. And as sort of the tension begins to rise around you, Ivana just kind of takes it and kind of puts it on the desk and opens it. And you kind of hear now this sort of distortion in the room as you open it, like almost like a like these pulses that just kind of distort the air and the atmosphere around the room. And Ivana just, this is the symbol of Ariok the Betrayer.
Oh, great. That he doesn't happen to look like a elven man, does
He
he?
called himself Lord Demavia, I think is how he said it.
Yeah,
I may be pronouncing it because he made it hard to focus.
he made it extremely hard to
Both of
focus.
you can make history checks now that you've kind of cleared your heads. They're all looking at you with like blinking eyes. 15?
Dirty 20.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So both of you are able. So you know, Mabel, you know that Ariok is often depicted with 3 horns, and now getting a closer look, you're you see, he's known as the Armorer, the Betrayer and the Armorer, and he forges gifts and weapons and armor and trinkets that are cursed and have corrupting essences with them to persuade individuals to betray those closest to them and to see things through a different light. They have sort of this corrupting power. And Amina, with your dirty 20, you know that Lord Demivar was the name of the lord who reached out with gifts to the former governors of the lost Arcasian Empire, and was the first to meet in official capacity with Governor Protetores in Old Arcos, in Karnos, to offer him such gifts that quickly corrupted him and brought the Arcasian Empire to ruin. But Lord Demivar was the visage that he took when
Well,
he
then.
brought about the downfall of the Arcasian Empire.
Really glad I didn't put that on.
Me too.
But what'd it do, though? But maybe the curse is worthwhile. Like, what'd it do?
He was I will say that he was a physical form. I am happy to say that I did make him bleed.
You made Ariak the Betrayer bleed.
I feel very good about myself right now. Yes.
And you're saying that he is someone claiming to be Ariak the Betrayer in the guise of Lord Demivar. It might be someone pretending. This is Marcella, but it might be someone pretending to be him. It might be someone bearing that name with strong powers is here offering you gifts of Ariak.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, his blood was black, if that means anything.
Charistia, it could be a demon lord made way here from the east. Stranger things have happened. Would make sense, given all the recent corruption and fervor for war that has been rampant throughout the vast Scriptoria.
I mean, what he said, at least what he said to us, definitely sounded very much like he was approving the destruction of the gods.
Ivana, of course he was! If he is a demon lord or some kind of an archdemon, this is what they do!
He kept saying he wanted to save the world, but change it from what the gods had made it.
He said that he had been glassed, that being glassed was not fun, which is what
She slams
Ezekiel
she
said.
slams a fist on the table, a closed fist on the table, and says, "Blasphemy and lies! Do not let them get into your head!"
We just want you to know what we know.
Oh, I do not believe so for a second.
We can all be on the same page. He was very charming, but not enough to sway us.
And Charistia says, "You did well then. That was a real test. If you have come face to face with a demon lord, claiming to be in the service of Ariak, or claiming to be Ariak himself, likely a demon lord, though, then you have proven yourselves beyond measure."
Mabel looks very proudly at Amina.
What-
Mina just looks terrified.
What do you need?
Because she was holding it for way longer than she wanted to, realizing what it is now.
What do you need to continue your journey? What can we do in the meantime? If we are in a holding pattern, and our orders are to proceed as planned, this would mean that we must proceed as planned.
Does that mean for us that we will stay with the group that we have been with? They seem like wonderful people, and like they had no idea any of this had happened either. Everything we learned was also new to them.
Someone has to. That is, your initial plan was to stay with this
I mean,
team.
we're the only representation of our country. We have to.
And what was your latest directive from Darius and Alessia?
We're to go to the next beacon and find the next piece of the star map.
Which happens to be on the northern side.
And I'm
The Empire's new port.
sorry, these beacons that you speak of and this star map. We have had rumors of Arcassian technology that we have been searching for some time in Karnos, but have not yet found. Ancient sites of power of the gods. You're saying that you have found one of these officially, and are now being sent to
Found
investigate
one,
the next
we
one.
spoke to it, and yeah,
You spoke to it.
there was kind of an image inside of the beacon that had a lot of information, was very sassy, and then slightly helpful.
The illusory magical image left by the gods. Understood. That would make sense from the information that we have gleaned as far as this ancient Arcassian technology, but beyond that, Darius has sent you to find another of these beacons, which is far to the north? How close?
Yeah, it's technically in our territory.
Well, it's on the northern side of our fort.
Outpost Alpha Centauri?
Yes.
That's the one.
Yes. It's north of that.
In Mount Nyx?
Yes, in Mount Nyx. And it was funny because up until that point of him learning it, Darius was very not quite nice with us. And then as soon as he learned that, of course, we are now his best
She
friend.
immediately picks up the stone again and just... Centuria Caristia Loketh to command. To control. Centuria Caristia Loketh to control. Priority update. The Aeroth Dekar plans to send teams into Mount Nyx. Best to send our own first. And she just slams the sending stone down on the table. This is very good information that you have shared. Thank you. And you just hear a reply kind of echo through the room. Oh, and Marcella says, all of these walls are proofed against scrying, so we can speak freely here. So do not hold back.
I assumed that would probably be the case since you were speaking so freely yourself.
Magical demeridium, indeed. Priceless marvel of artifice from the Empire.
They are sending... It wasn't just Darius who was sending us on this mission. Ezekiel, the
illusory image.
Yeah, in the beacon is the one who pointed us in this direction. The beacons must be found in a certain order, and this is the next one in that order. I don't know how he will react to... I don't know.
Control to Centuria Loketh. Message received. Good work.
In Amina's ramblings, did she happen to mention the 7 people seeking divinity?
Okay, yeah, we can say you did.
I would assume so because I definitely had that in my notes to say.
Yeah. He said Darius said that was well at hand, that they were taking care of it. I don't know who these people are. Ezekiel says that he doesn't know who these people are, but apparently Darius does.
7. Well,
Nestia is one of them.
The Empire knows of 3. One is a Goliath woman from the north. She travels with two others. One is an individual from the Southern Isles. Another from the vast Scritoria, an elf. There is an elf, a human, and a Goliath among them. 3 women who have been seeking ancient relics, who have somehow amassed a great deal of arcane and elder power. Many agents have been sent to reason with them, and have either been sent back confused and befuddled, or have been found in charred piles of ash. We simply refer to them as the 3. We do not know what their motives are, but...
Well, if they aren't dealt with before the fleet commander gets here, that could be problematic.
Fleet commander, you mean one of the gods, as
One
you
of the
spoke.
gods. Yes.
The fleet commander is the one who is when we set the beacon off, it was to let...
He's the one who's coming and potentially judging the whole planet based on what happens here.
Ezekiel said that we needed to kill these 7 before he got here.
This sounds like prophecy and portents. But if you can find a way to logistically and practically compartmentalize these thoughts, please prepare them. Take some time to follow along with whatever Darius and Alessia and the vast Scritoria are planning. We will need people on the inside in this approaching conflict, which I fear is now only a matter of when, not if, unless we can convince the vast Scritoria to see reason and engage in some sort of a power share with, if this proof of the gods is to fall from the sky, it will be a fight to claim it, or at least a prolonged stalemate. The gods' love belongs to everyone, after all.
Can I ask sort of an odd question? I don't even know if this is even possible. And I sort of point to Khadija. I don't even know if she's been noticed or not yet. Would it be possible to sort of imbue my mink with a zone of truth spell? That way she always has it. That way I can at least have some indication of whether or not the person that's speaking to me is telling me the truth.
Marcella says, that can certainly be something that we work on. I'll send word to our embassies in Bastion's Hold and in the Adracolina to see if something like that can be produced for you.
She never leaves my side, so no one would even notice it. Honestly, she's just too cute to be thought of as a threat.
Ivana says, a wonderful idea. I'm traveling with you and setting up an embassy in the Adracolina, so when we check in at Bastion's Hold, perhaps we can check in with the temporary emissary set up in place there, and I can use my connections to see if we can find some way of making this magic happen for you and your familia.
Thank you.
Charistia just... Whatever is to happen, it seems as if it is unavoidable right now, and for your own safety, I recommend that the 2 of you continue and gather as much information as you can. Report back to any of the 3 of us. Do you have sending stones to us? To me?
No.
She reaches in and grabs another set of 2 in a leather pouch and kind of slides them over to you. Takes one out, turns it over, and just kind of uses her ring to sort of kind of tap it to life, and it starts to glow with this sort of red energy, and she just kind of carves a small rune in the back of it. Now I know which one is which. She just kind of puts it back into the drawer of her desk. That one will go directly to me. And I can relay to Marcella or to Ivana. I'll be traveling back to the Empire and using my talents for another operation that we have planned.
Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say real quick, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I can only stick around for maybe another half hour or so.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Okay. Okay. Just a lot of stuff we gotta do before I gotta go out of town tomorrow, and I just, yeah.
It's fine. That's the plan. Okay. Anything else for the three of you in there? In the embassy? I know it's a lot.
No, Mabel is just kind of resigned to the fact now that this is not going to be the mission that she thought it would be. And you can just kind of see the resignation in her face. That she's not exactly happy, but she's accepting it. The fact that this is now going to be a fight. That this is heading towards war, and she is going to have to do something. So she is just silent at this point and has become basically a soldier.
Ivana just kind of leans in and says, "Do not despair, sister. Perhaps there is some way to avoid a war. And if anyone can find it, it's you."
I hope so. I have had enough of bloodshed. I don't like the way this is headed.
Hopefully, whatever we can do with this union of Voskotorian and Imperial irregulars, this party that you have formed, perhaps you can use it to change the world for the better.
One can hope.
I have faith, sister.
Mabel kind of holds on to the amulet around her neck, which is a symbol of Isindra, and she says, "I do too."
Amina's just gonna point to the amulet on the table. You can dispose of that in any way you see fit. I don't need it.
She clutches her holy pendant as well. And let's see, what was hers again? Gotta check my
I
notes.
need it. Give it to me. I will take it.
No!
I will take the ring to Mordor.
She has a symbol of Linearia, the Twilight Spinner, the Moon Goddess. Aristia says, "The best we can do as emissaries and soldiers is to try to prevent bloodshed. But we must always think of the best interests of the Empire. I trust both of you carry out these very important, very passive, intentionally, missions. We know what it is that both of you seek. It is still possible and within your grasp. And your duty is to do everything in your power, everything that you can, to try and find such an amicable solution. Gods go with you."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else for the two of you in the embassy?
No.
And they all kind of stand and salute, and they give you hugs and pleasantries, and they refer to you all as siblings and sisters. And before you leave, Marcilla, who also is a veteran of one of the legions, 5th Legion actually, just says to you all, "The glory of the Empire. Stay safe out there, sisters."
Thank you.
It was you. And then Ivana is coming with us, like when she's also.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else anybody wants to do in Fairhaven before we cut to the ship?
As we're as we're going down to the docks or whatever, Willow will try to hang back a little bit with Key while we're all walking, just to talk to them directly. How are you doing with all this? You're kind of like me. You're just a civilian, right? Not military or government like they are.
That's correct. I am not military.
How are you doing with all this?
I'm not going to lie to you. There is a lot of information coming from all sorts of sides. It's kind of dizzying.
Yeah, it is. Kind of feel like we're being thrown around like pawns by like a few different sources right now.
I agree with that. Some forces speak too loudly.
Yeah.
And it's... Yep. A lot.
No, I understand. At least this group so far seems to have each other's backs. That's something, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. I'm just trying to trust my gut and keep following the I'm not sure what the word is. Sorry about the cat, by the way. She's very adamant that I go to bed soon. I don't know anything about gods or any of that. That is not my area of expertise, so I'm gonna leave that to the people that are better suited. But if any of this technology stuff is even half as big as it seems to be, or important, I mean, then I mean, without hyperbole, this could change the world. It's daunting, and I don't know. I'm worried. I'm worried about this sort of arms race to get to the Ark. I don't know what to do with that, you know?
And then there are the elements at play that not all of us can see. And
What do you mean?
just aspects at play here.
Do you know something that the others don't?
Do you? We all have our secrets. We all have our secrets.
I suppose that's true. Honestly, I was hoping I'd get here ahead of the military folks. Actually skipped out on my own graduation to be here. If I were just a few days sooner, I think would have been able to miss all of this. What am I gonna tell my mama?
As you all quietly make your way onto the ship, singular, sorry, with all of your thoughts and your anxieties and your fears and doubts coming to the surface, quiet. Darius and Alessia are already on board. Darius has his arms folded, smiling, ear to ear. kind of nodding as you approach, and just welcome to the Stormhammer. We've got quite a show for everyone tonight. Come, make yourself comfortable. You have the star treatment. The beds may be not the most comfortable, but I assure you the show will be something unlike you've never seen before. Come, yes, and our Carosian friends, emissary Ivana, yes, Mabel Goodberry, Amina, welcome, quite a show for you. And Alessia is, you can see her kind of on the far side of the prow, and she's kind of has this, her focus on her wrist has these like sort of metal rods in it that kind of are like pop out, and when they do there's like a little bit of steam that comes out, and she kind of flick them back in, and she's just staring into the ocean, just adjusting these metal rods and that sort of pop out and then back in like a nervous tick. And you can see her kind of tapping her left foot on the wood of the boat on the deck, and just kind of a serious look like none of you have seen on her before. And as you all filter on, and everyone secures themselves aboard the Stormhammer, you hear the bells ring on the ship and from the docks. And Admiral Giroux is on another ship, one of the man-o-wars on the far side, and you can see him kind of gazing over from the harbor. Darius holds up a hand as if to signal. Admiral Giroux nods, holds up another hand, and you hear a series of bells and whistles that are ringing throughout the harbor, of which again there are about 3 man-o-wars and 9 ships of the line now total. They all, you hear, "Set sail! Pull up the mains!" And you can see as the plank is being raised that there is one of the commanders of the military at the docks waiting for a signal. And Darius kind of is standing on the starboard side now, kind of gazing off into the port, and just holds up a hand and gives a little sort of half salute. And the soldier standing on the docks just nods and turns, and there are about 60 soldiers kind of waiting in formation, and he directs, "Soldiers! To the forest! To the line!" And just, "Oh! Might and majesty!" And they all turn and start to march as he kind of makes his way around. "Double time!" And you can see now from your view that in the distance you can see at the border of the Ashen Forest and the Akrashorn River just the little specks that make up the rows and rows of tents of soldiers that have been stationed at the outside of the Ashen Forest on the far side of the Akrashorn River, just waiting. And as all the ships begin to loose their sails and you make your way out into the Velas Ocean with the uncertainty of everything that has happened and the looming dread of what is about to break forth from the clouds, Darius says to the captain, "It's time. Take us around the horn, southwestern tip of the island." And your ship begins to veer away from the others, as this single ship makes its way around the horn. And it takes about an hour and a half in the open sea for you to get to the southwestern tip of the island, where you can see the Ashen Forest, where it starts to separate. And as the ship by itself begins to slowly make its way to the southwestern tip, sort of right dead center in where the forest is, you can see it extends over to Dame Sullivan's Bluff to the east and to the west by the coast. As you're approaching, within the last few minutes of travel, as the ship begins to slow and you can hear the captain and Darius shouting for a reduction in sail and to begin to prepare the anchors. It's all very strange situation as to what's happening, but as you approach this central point and the ship slows, the crew on the ship begins to gather. And as they do, Darius calls for everyone to gather on the deck underneath the foremast. And he says, "Harmony Knights."
Yes, sir. And she'll walk forward.
"Would you please read to everyone here the contents of the scroll in your possession?"
Oh boy.
I'm going to send
Yes,
this to you.
sir.
So I'm going to, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to get rid of the Roll20 cam for a second. He kind of leans in and he says, "This is your moment. Speak loudly and clearly." And you can see Alessia now, who's like, and she's kind of standing by the edge of the ship, and both hands are kind of like, she's kind of just gazing into the forest. So carry on.
So Harmony kind of straightens herself and gets this very kind of serious expression on her face as she steps forward and declares, "Soldiers killed in action as a result of treasonous actions against the crown led specifically by Hector Brangus and Dahlia Lightbug. Jonathan Beringer, Alice Ulissa, Sebastian Veris, Alonso Hightower, Selena Maris, Aldolfo Senescal, Amira Marks, Gareth Heffen, Hilda Yaris, Frederick Nogoth, Yuri Sheldon, Theandra Sithis, Gretz Gilroy, Indris Falcora, Amarantha Ross, Yilwyn Eleutheria, Herman Yorick, Wendy Schmidt, Roger Theron, Simon Gross, Valsorin Knights." And she
Get it?
just kind of...
He puts a hand on your shoulder. "It's time we had a little bit of vengeance for the fallen ourselves, don't you agree?"
Most certainly.
Give the order to Alessia.
She'll look to Alicia and just give a nod.
Alessia raises one arm. Magic begins to flow from it. Then another. Straining with the immense power of the magic she is summoning, energy begins to pool and bend around her arms as her wrist focus trembles and shakes. Dark, ominous clouds begin to form over the ashen wood, and the very fabric of gravity in reality seems to distort and bend around the ship, drawing its attention to the roiling clouds swirling above the forest. As Alessia lowers her arms, the sea begins to churn, seemingly from nowhere, and the veins on her neck begin to bulge. She lets out a furious, strained scream, eyes glowing red with burning smoke. A small meteor suddenly emerges from the clouds and strikes the forest, sending shockwaves toward the ship that nearly knocks all of you off your feet. The sails blowing furiously in the wind. Then another. And another. And several more. Each a fiery mote of death and destruction that further sets the ashen wood, and those unfortunate enough to be trapped within it, ablaze in a fiery, indiscriminate inferno. As Alessia stumbles forward onto the deck, gasping for breath, the forest now fully engulfed in roaring, unquenchable flame that roars in the wind. Darius looks on with folded arms, grinning smugly as panicked, violent, tortured screams echo through the wind from the forest as it burns. As the last meteor falls and strikes home,
As this is happening, Harmony is going to walk towards the kind of edge of the ship and just grip the railing as she watches.
After the first meteor hits, Willow's face is shocked for a second, and she just goes completely like ghost white. Her right hand shakes, and she tries to like clench her fist and take deep breaths a couple of times, and it doesn't stop the shaking, and she just slowly walks like into the ship, like below decks or whatever, after the first meteor hits.
Darius, as this is happening, because I've been waiting so long to say this, just kind of looks over at the destruction that it now engulfs the entire Ashenwood, and slowly walks over, puts a hand on Harmony's shoulder, and then looks down at Alessia, and kind of leans over and gazes at the fire that has now engulfed the entirety of the Ashenwood, and just says, "It's beautiful." As the last meteor falls, hold on. The card from Isabit is another fiend. And Key, just standing on the decks behind you. You feel like a presence, a hand on your shoulder, and a familiar voice. "It's not just the gods, my child, but men and elves. We must tear it all down and start anew. This is the destruction that men and gods will sow. See now for yourself." And I gotta stop and play the next one.
Because demons and devils are notoriously nonviolent. We all know this. They are famous for their gentle and creative hands.
Mabel is just trembling in rage.
As the last meteor falls, and thick, acrid smoke rises from the tree line in its wake. I'm gonna change the map here. Gazing out off the port bow.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it supposed to be dark? I don't see anything.
Oops.
It's all black to me.
There you go. Should be good now?
Yeah, just
all
a
good.
boat in the bottom corner,
Yep.
and then ocean?
Yep.
Okay.
As the last meteor falls and thick, acrid smoke rises from the tree line in its wake, and the terrible sounds of distant screams, roaring fires, and falling brimstone immediately gives way to a different, exponentially more terrifying sound that rattles your chests and makes your heart skip a beat. The terrible sound of several thousands of tons of warping, grinding steel thunders down from the heavens as a massive, mountain-sized object breaks through the clouds. It descends slowly, erratically, as if being pulled back by an even larger, unseen hand. Waves of heat ripple heavensward from the base of the object as it continues its descent. A high-pitched shrill that pierces your eardrums causes them all to bleed and reverberates through the atmosphere and is slowly interjected by hundreds of booming languages, as if trumpets on the wind, rattling your eardrums as they continue to bleed. It says in every language known to you, and even more, "Be not afraid!" Backwards and forwards as this massive object plummets slowly, steadily into the ocean with a thunderous crash as if in slow motion. And the horror before you is revealed. All of you need to make wisdom saving throws as this object plummets down into the ocean.
Ooh,
I like this.
It seems as if not a ship, but thousands of eyes adjusting to pierce their gaze directly into your soul and spreading its wings across each of the rings towards the heavens that seem to flutter and malfunction as this object slowly crashes into the ocean in slow motion. And as the wheels around it begin to slow as it hits the water, they stop. And the eye in the center turns a steely shade of silver and goes blank. And in the silence of that moment, as the ringing in your ears subsides, you feel the blood and the smoke from the forest and the horror of what has fallen from the heavens assails every fabric of reality that you knew to exist in this world. Amidst the chaos, as Darius himself holds the blood in his hand from the ears and Alessia still kneels, grasping for breath, the soldiers all rushing to the far side of the side rail, blood pouring from every orifice on their face, trying to reason with the sounds that pierced their hearts and ears. Blood begins to drip onto the deck, and as they stand in amazement and horror, all of you pass. Unless anyone rolled below a 15.
I actually had a quick question about that. So Willow went below decks after the first meteor hit.
Oh, it's... Yeah, you didn't see it.
Does she still need to make the save?
Nope, you're good.
Okay. I rolled a nat 1.
Okay.
But that's not why I was asking.
But
I did say I went below decks earlier.
You are frightened of whatever is out there. And in this moment, as all of you kind of steel yourselves, and there is just a ringing, a dull ringing in your ears, and the smell of smoke and burning wood, the distant reverberations of screams, and a foul smell that comes on the air from the woods, in addition to a now upsurge of water that is rushing towards, not a tsunami, as it was landed, rushes towards the deck. You lurch backwards. Many of you stumble as you gaze upon the splendor of the ark, and hear not but the faint reverberation of the ringing. The silence is deafening. That's where we're going to end the session for the evening.
Holy crap.
Everything just exploded.
So, quick question
One
there.
shot.
There was a knives at the end of that list. Is that one of yours?
We love to see it, don't we? Yeah. No,
Also,
how many, like, her voice, like, faltered when it was like, oh.
I rolled a 19 on that wisdom saving throw, and I have a +5 to wisdom saving throw.
Oh my
two
God, that's
two
amazing.
cards. One from Christy. Christy, just so you know, this fuckery has apparently, and it was pulled upright. No, it wasn't. Yeah, let me see if any of these are. Oh, I turned. No, did I turn the whole thing around? Nope. No, this is right. Whatever this is has caught the attention of a dragon. A chromatic dragon.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Why
So
wouldn't
this is from
have?
Christy. Now, Christy, I'm going to hold on to this. It's not going to be an immediate thing, but I just want Christy to know that, Circedon, that this is what you pulled. It's a chromatic dragon. That's my stomach. Ignore it. It roars. It's upside down. So it has caught the attention
Harmony's ancestor.
of a chromatic dragon. And I'm going to say that it's going to be very easy upon reaching Bastion's hold for you to, for Amina to obtain the magic that she's looking for, only because of Nick and Husky, who pulled you a familiar card.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
And
Oh,
with
yeah.
with the celestial familiars, and it's not a numbers, it's the familiars. So I'm going to say, based on your recent ask, that you're going to be able to find the magic that you seek to imbue with Khadijah in Bastion's hold. So I'm going to put that aside and let Christy and Nick know that these are yours. So these have been pulled. I'm letting everyone know what they were. And just so you know, there's going to be some dragons in your dungeons. So I know Avalon is very tired. So I'm going to say, Avalon, in the meantime, if you would like to, in the midst of this insanity that just happened, go ahead and tell the people of the internet where they can find you and what you got going on in the meantime.
Yeah, so I'm here on the Discord server and in these streams twice every 2 weeks. Otherwise I voice act mostly for Faustian Nonsense at the moment. I don't have any real updates on any of the shows I'm in for the moment, but just keep an eye on things. Excuse me, hold on.
Feel free to turn the bot down, but I'm going to play this in the meantime.
I am also on TikTok at ADHD&D. I haven't uploaded anything in a while, but I'm on there. Yeah, I get around. I do things. I'm present, like a raccoon. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. I mean, yeah, I'm going to say your character names. Garnet, what do you got going on?
I am currently, you can find me on Twitter at Ashton Brienne, also on Instagram, and Twitch. I usually am just playing Elder Scrolls badly, so if you want to watch me run terrified from jaguars, you can come and do that. So that's pretty much where I'm at and what I'm doing. I also make movies. And yeah, that's me.
And when you have the link tree or the links you want to use, DM me and I'll put them right into the Nightbot and we will get you up there. So, all right. And this is, by the way, the opening credits are rolling, and this is the music for the opening credits. So let's see if I have a. No, I'll have to add that in there. Okay. So this is Daniel Epic Soundtracks, or Daniel Guglieri, so feel free to check them out. They're awesome royalty-free stuff. Send them some love. In the meantime, we'll go to I got Harmony. Renee. Whew.
Wow.
Yeah. Told you I had something for you.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm like still reeling. But yeah, you can find me at No Ordinary Heroes, which might be rebranding soon or later. We don't know yet. I do PNG tuber things. I play indie games. I traumatize my audience by playing cursed games. It's just a fun time with the community. You can find me on Twitter, TikTok, basically anywhere on the internet that lets you produce content, essentially. Yeah, you can find me there if you like gaming.
Awesome. Thank you, Renee. And let's go to Rory.
Hello. I'm doing art because I'm also like doing therapy and like trying to better myself, but apparently that costs money, so like commissions are open. I am taking a step back from a lot of social media, but like my art's always open.
Thank you, Rory. And Mabel Goodberry with Nikki.
Hi, I'm Nikki. You can find me on Twitter as Coyote Witch. On here on Twitch and on Instagram, I am the Coyote Witch. Let's see, what am I up to? I am off and over on Lost Caravan RPG doing one-shots. My next one's going to be on the 28th. So if you want to check that out, I also just talk about it a lot on Twitter, so you can find out more information there. I am also doing the arts and taking commissions. I usually do pet portraits and sometimes tabletop characters, and those are very popular for Christmas. So if you want pet portrait gifts, you should check it out. I'm very tired and I can't think of anything else, but I live on Twitter, so just find me on Twitter. I am Coyote Witch.
Awesome. Thank you. And as the opening credits roll, thank you, everybody. Thank you. Great night tonight. Solid 13 to 15 the whole way, which is pretty average. So pretty good. Yeah, that's like pretty steady. So thank you, everyone that came to hang out with us. We appreciate you taking time to, and that was consistent. So we appreciate every single person here for like hanging out for 4 hours. That's awesome to have like a steady people just hanging and vibing with us. Thank you so much. That's great. And we got a new subscriber.
Without y'all.
Yes, great stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, and thank you for the new sub, whoever that was, and all the new follows. We love you. We see you, and we'll see you back here in 2 weeks for the next episode of Heavensfire. In the meantime, my friends over here are doing a charity stream, so we're gonna raid Fool's Moon EI and get them some numbers for the charity stream. So yeah. We'll see you there, everybody. And for anyone here that wants to debrief with me for a little bit, I will be on. I know some of you got to go to bed, but I'll be hanging out with voice chat. So until next time, be gay, do crime. Peace out, witches. We'll see y'all later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.